Let us pray. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interests of the people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodige wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om al ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelela ilezwe letu nabantu balu, umusele ukulungu kwepondo letu. Kosi sikelela i Afrika, kina abantwana bayo, kokela inkokeli zayo, yaniki uklolo i Afrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. Please be seated. Order, members. I have to announce that due to the termination of membership of Mr. S.N. August of the Good Party, a vacancy occurred in the representation of the Good Party in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. This vacancy has since been filled by the nomination of Mr. P.T. de Villiers with effect from the 23rd of May 2023. Mr. P.T. de Villiers was sworn in my office on the 23rd of May 2023. Please allow me, members, to take this opportunity to welcome Honourable de Villiers to the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. Members, before we proceed, I would like to remind members about some of the logistical arrangements. As has been our practice to date, honourable members will participate in the sitting of the House, both from the chamber with the presiding officer and table staff and via Microsoft Teams. Our standing rules have accordingly been amended to accommodate for this hybrid sitting of the House. The honourable members experiencing challenges in connecting to the sitting are requested to contact the WCPP ICT colleagues who will assist to resolve their connectivity challenges. The quorum requirements, members, for the sittings are provided for in the Constitution and the standing rules. Unless there is an indication of unanimous concurrence, voting will be confined to members present in the House and on the hybrid system who are entitled to cast their votes as per the ATC issued on the 11th of August 2020. Members present in the chamber and via Microsoft Teams have all the privileges and immunities imparted by law. Members who are considered out of order by the presiding officer will have their microphones muted and called to order. The Sergeant at Arms will record members' attendance. In instances where the directives do not cover a particular eventuality, the standing rules must apply. And in instances where the rules cannot be applied, the ruling by the presiding officer is final. Members, all microphones have been muted. However, for those honourable members participating in the sitting of the House via Microsoft Teams, you are requested to use the raise hand functionality of the system when you desire to raise a point of order, and I will recognize you. When an honourable member in the chamber wishes to raise a point of order, such an honourable member may address the presiding officer as expected, but must mute their microphones when they are completed speaking. Honourable members participating in the sitting of the House via Microsoft Teams are requested not to sign into Microsoft Teams on more than one device, unless the second device is used with earphones for language translation services. Honourable members of the media have also been granted access to the MS Teams meeting as guests of the WCPP. However, members of the press may not use the chat room or speak or activate their cameras while the sitting is in progress. If an individual member who is not a member of the House activates the microphone and video camera, such an individual will be exited from the sitting immediately. I also would like to take this opportunity, as usual, and on Microsoft Teams via the respective channels. Honourable members participating in the sitting of the House must please access the language translation services via a second device, and if you have earphones available, please use them for the language translation services. Honourable members, I would like to remind you that no interjections are permitted during these hybrid sittings, and to this end, I draw your attention to Rule 40 of the Standing Rules. With that being said, honourable members, I now recognise the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, notwithstanding the provisions of Rule 20, Section 1, that deals with the sequence of proceedings, I ask that precedence be given to the subject for discussion. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved by the Chief Whip? No objections. Agreed to. We will now deal with the subject for discussion in the name of Honourable C. Murray as printed on the order paper. I recognise the Honourable Murray.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier of the Western Cape, Honourable members of the Provincial Legislature, to our province's farmers and farm workers, to our business people and entrepreneurs, and most importantly, to the residents of the Western Cape. This Africa Day, I rise to open a debate on a matter of serious concern for the people of this continent, this country, and this province. The African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGOA, is a lifeline that provides African countries with preferential access to the massive US market. This US Act will expire soon and is set for reauthorization in 2025. South Africa's inclusion in any renewal or even expansion of useful provisions within this Act are being jeopardized by the ANC-led national government. It's been drawn into question by their questionable actions. To put into perspective how important AGOA is for international trade, the industries that benefit most include automotive industry, metals and jewelry, and agriculture. Of the top 10 exports from South Africa to the US, 5 come from the Western Cape alone, which means that it will be this province that will be hardest hit if we are excluded from AGOA. What's more, the amount of money that South Africa earns from exporting goods to the United States increased from 417 million in 2001 to 1.9 billion in 2021. That's a massive increase. There can be no doubt that AGOA is actively growing our province's economy and creating jobs. Honourable Speaker, this Africa Day, I want to emphasize to the people of this continent, of this country, and of this province that we must ensure South Africa's inclusion in future versions of AGOA. We cannot allow the reckless actions of the ANC to demonstrate loyalty to Russia at the expense of our relationship with our biggest trading partner. We cannot stand by idly while the ANC turns a blind eye to the atrocities committed by Russia in Ukraine. It's time we call a spade a spade. The ANC is indebted to and even scared of Russia, and that is why they are doing their bidding. Speaker, that is why the ANC is condoning colonization of Ukraine. Putin began his colonizing exercise by annexing Crimea in 2014 and has now colonized the Donbas region. This is being done at the expense of countless Ukrainians as well as Russians. This is the very same thing that the ANC fought against, and they should be hanging their head in shame for failing to condemn these actions. There has been a marked lack of urgency in representing South African interests in the US by the ANC national government. When they have attempted to engage with the US on AGOA, attempts have been sorely lacking, with a recent delegation to Washington scheduling their visit while Congress was on recess. This meant that they failed to meet with any influential figures involved with the renewal of the Act. And so my question, Speaker, is, what exactly did they do in the US? Did they have a nice holiday? This Africa Day, there can be no doubt. The ANC does not care about African interests. Instead, they are ambassadors for Russian colonialism. The ANC claims that they are unaligned when it comes to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but they are placing South Africa on the side of the aggressor. We saw this with the murky dealings with Lady R in Simonstown, and we saw it in the national government's participation in war games with the Chinese and Russian militaries in Durban earlier this year. The ANC Secretary General himself has said that the national government will welcome Putin here tomorrow if they could, despite the ICC warrant requiring us to request and arrest him for his war crimes. This will undoubtedly push us closer to the exclusion of the very important and much needed AGOA Act. Instead of addressing these issues with the necessary urgency, the ANC is advocating for Russian colonialism at the expense of empowering our African brothers and sisters. By now, it should be abundantly clear that it would be disastrous for South Africa to lose out on AGOA. Not even the staunchest, most loyal ANC member across the aisle could deny this. Unlike the ANC, the DA-led Western Cape government takes South Africa's inclusion in AGOA seriously. We, the DA, represent African interests. I was part of a delegation that recently visited California, where we raised this risk with our state counterparts and reiterated our province's friendship with the US and commitment to strengthening our bilateral ties. The Premier himself will also be going to Washington to lobby on behalf of the Western Cape and South Africa. We all need to work together to ensure our inclusion in AGOA. If there is one thing that makes our markets uncertain and unclear of investing in a country, it is uncertainty itself. I have further invited the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, as well as the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, to appear before my standing committee. We need clarity, clear blue water, on their plans to lobby for the inclusion within AGOA, as well as their efforts to expand sections of the Act, which could provide much-needed boosts to our economy. The fact of the matter is that if we are excluded from AGOA, we are going to bleed jobs and harm the province's economy. The preferential access to the US market means that our exports are much more competitive than those of countries that are not included in AGOA. Should this access lapse, American importers will simply look for cheaper alternatives from our competitors outside of the country and outside of the continent. This will leave our local businesses and farmers with a huge shortfall. But Speaker, Putin, who is fixated on colonizing further corners of Eastern Europe, will surely not help our economy fill this shortfall. The result will be the scaling down or even closing of businesses, meaning that our residents will end up suffering in the end. Just think of the farmers and the farm workers who need to provide for their children. The ANC is putting their lives and their livelihoods at risk. Agriculture is one of the most significant industries when we talk about AGOA, and it accounts for 251,000 jobs within this province alone. How many of these jobs will be left alone if we are excluded? How many will we lose? The fact of the matter is that even if we lose one job, it's one job too many in this climate. Speaker, this Africa Day, I reiterate that the ANC is not representing African interests, but that the DA is. Under the ANC, inflation has spiraled out of control, with the repo rate set to increase again. Our economic outlook remains bleak and is already buckling under the pressures of endless load shedding. But under the DA, we see mass job creation and tangible strategies to turn around this failing state. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Murray. I now recognise Honourable Syed. Order, members.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. As the Honourable Murray indicated, we are celebrating Africa Day today.
Order, members.
Very, very...
Please take a seat. Honourable members, there's a member on the floor. Can I please ask that both on my left and on my right, that you allow the member on the floor to deliver his input into the debate? Thank you, Honourable Syed. You can continue.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. It is very ironic that the party that defends the interests of colonialism in this particular country, defends the ill-gotten gains of apartheid, defends the atrocities perpetrated by the Zionist state of Israel, is silent on Sudan, is silent on Western Sahara, can so glibly speak about colonialism today, can undermine what President Nelson Mandela told the Americans when he said that they must not expect their enemies to be our enemies. Nevertheless, Speaker, in the past, the ANC has welcomed debates in this House sponsored by the DA, despite some serious matters being used to score cheap political points. However, the ANC has never thought that the DA and its member, the Honourable Murray, would stoop to such low levels as to conjure up issues and sponsor fake news as discussion items. One feels compelled to ask.
Honourable Side, please take your seat. Honourable Murray, is that a point of order?
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, will the honourable member take a question?
Please take your seat. Honourable Murray, Side, are you prepared to take a question?
No.
The Honourable Side, Honourable members, before you continue, Honourable Side, let me address the Honourable Murray. Honourable Murray, Honourable Side is not prepared to take a question. You may continue, Honourable Side. Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, members.
Mr.
There's
Speaker,
a member on the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure we've started on a good note, and I would really urge you to take note of frivolous point of orders, because Member Murray, whatever, English is not my language. If I were to pronounce Gobule, I would have done it very good.
Okay, Honourable.
Unlike
Order,
the Premier here who can't even pronounce Gobule. By the way, Honourable stood up and
Order,
said
members.
she wants to raise a point of order, but then she asked whether Member Khalid can take a question, and you did not entertain that. I find it really wrong, because you could have or should have immediately pointed out what she did was not wrong, was wrong and not honourable. Thank you.
All right. Okay, members, as per the standing rules, and I'm not going to entertain this. When you rise, then you indicate if you have a point of order and whichever manner in which you want to raise that point of order. The Honourable Murray wanted to ask or pose a question to the Honourable Side. As per the rules, I posed the question to Honourable Side. If he was prepared to take that question, he was not, and that was the end of the point of order. Members, can I please ask that you allow the member to continue and that you please work with me today so that we can get through this very long order paper. Honourable Side, you may continue.
One feels compelled to ask, where was the Honourable Murray in the last few weeks when President Ramaphosa sent his A-team, led by his National Security Advisor, to the United States to secure our relations with the United States? Where was the Honourable Murray in the last 2 weeks when the US ambassador to South Africa himself reaffirmed through a tweet that his country and ours under the ANC-led national government enjoys a strong partnership? Maybe the Honourable Murray must tell us whether AGOA and South Africa's disqualification from the program was raised by her with any American official during her visit to the USA, because for the rest of the delegation, of which the Honourable Maran was a member, the issue of AGOA and South Africa's participation being in jeopardy was not discussed by the Americans themselves. In fact, the Honourable Maran informs me that DA members of the delegation kept stoking the AGOA issue in their recent visit to the United States, but US officials, in their wisdom, dismissed them trying to raise the issue. In fact, even the US Consul General cautioned about raising the issue. No, the Honourable Murray cannot tell us that it was a concern for US officials, because it is simply fake news to suggest that South Africa's participation in AGOA is at stake. The Honourable Murray may be part of a right-wing conspiracy that wants to promote fear based on ignorance. We have seen how right-wing Republicans in the US, a fringe group whose sentiments did not resonate with the rest of the Republican caucus in the US Congress, wish to promote a tough stance against South Africa. These right-wing Republicans have attempted to put pressure on the administration of President Biden to alienate South Africa. These are the same Republicans who defended apartheid against economic sanctions and whom the Honourable Murray wishes to align herself with today. Luckily, the ANC's relationship with the Democratic Party in the US has been able to weather many storms, and we will count on this historic relationship to further the interests of our respective nations. The relationship between the ANC-led administration in Tshwane with the Democratic Party-led administration in Washington remains resolute and firm. The relationship
Honourable
between
Side,
the
please take
governments
your
of
seat.
South
Honourable
Africa and
Side,
the US are strong.
Honourable Side, please take your seat. Honourable Deputy Chief Whip, is that a point of order?
Yes, Chair, it's a point of order in terms of Rule 51. As Member Side often reminds us in this House, one must speak through the Chair of the House or the Speaker of the House to the member, not directly to the member.
All right, thank you very much. Please take your seat, Honourable Deputy Chief Whip. Thank you very much. Honourable Side. Honourable Side, I'm on the floor. I'm on the floor. Members, Honourable Side, can I just caution you or remind you to speak through the chair when you address a member?
Honourable Speaker, I'm doing that.
Because a caution does not mean... Honourable Side, please take your seat. Honourable... No, it's not. A caution is not a transgression. It is before a transgression occurs. Honourable Side.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The relationship between the governments of South Africa and the United States is strong. American interests in our country are secure. South Africa's position in AGOA is secure, and there's no reason whatsoever to believe that the ANC-led national government has not reiterated its belief in the bonds with the United States. Yet, while the DA, through the Honourable Murray, wishes to spread fake news and create scarecrows, the DA continues to use misinformation campaigns to spread fear, like with the employment equity campaign, as they are doing this with this debate. Let us look at the facts of the relationship between our country and the United States. Today, the US remains the Western Cape's top foreign direct investor. The US directly contributes in excess of 100 FDI projects, totaling more than $2.3 billion US.
Order, members. Members on both my right and left hand, there is a member on the floor. Please allow the Honourable Side to make his contribution. It's my responsibility to protect the member on the floor, so Honourable Side, I will do so. Can I please ask members that you work with me? Honourable Side, you may continue.
The ANC acknowledges this, and we will work for more US investment in the Western Cape. The US is the third largest export market after Namibia and the UK, to which goods from the Western Cape are exported. The ANC remains committed to expanding the province's export market. AGOA allows for 18 of our province's 25 exports to the US to be exported duty-free, Honourable Speaker. Our ANC-led national government is conscious of the immense benefits of AGOA, and we do not take these benefits for granted. While we must appreciate and welcome the exporting of citrus, leather and seafood, we must also promote the export of more wine, jewelry, engine parts and boats. The latter products are manufactured goods, and these are much more labor-intensive industries than the primary goods which the DA continues to promote. Labor-intensive industries simply create more jobs, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, 224 years ago, the US President John Adams sent his country's first diplomatic representatives to the then Cape of Good Hope. One of the most admired quotes by President Adams, and I hope the Honourable Murray, who sponsored this debate, is listening, said, and I quote, "I fear that in every elected official, members will obtain an influence by noise, not sense, by meanness, not greatness, by ignorance, not learning, by contracted hearts, not large souls. There must be decency and respect," close quote. Speaker, today, for the sake of decency and respect, let us not spread fake news for political points. Today, for the sake of our farmers and our manufacturers, let us not promote cheap fake news of suggesting that our national government does not wish to secure South Africa's position in AGOA. Nothing can be further than the truth. As elected members, as President Adams said, DA members must resist the temptation to be influenced by noise and rather choose sense. They must not look at election sponsorship for 2024. The DA must choose learning over ignorance. The ANC in this House, Honourable Speaker, will continue to strengthen the relations between our country and the US by engaging with local US diplomats and business people, notwithstanding our critiques and our foreign policy positions. The ANC in this House will continue to reassure the US of our country's matured relationship with its foreign partners, where it may well express certain concerns, especially in regard to international order and the questions of
Honourable
Palestine,
Said, your
Cuba,
time
and
has
Iran,
expired.
as
Please
it did
conclude
with
the
ANC
sentence.
conference discussion. I'm concluding. The motion of this debate, therefore, cannot be further from the truth. It is simply fake news.
Thank you.
South Africans' position on AGOA remains.
Thank you, Honourable Said. Please take your seat. Thank you, Honourable Said. Honourable members. Honourable members. I now recognise the Honourable Kasim.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the individual member of the DA who sponsored the debate seems to know but much about what is happening in national government regarding international trade agreements involving nation states more than pertinent issues affecting our province. The core of the question at issue is more interested on the losses of what white farmers might incur if the current agreement with the United States of America under the African Growth and Opportunity Act is not renewed when it eventually lapses in 2025. Speaker, we live in a province with a huge gap of inequality, where the majority of black and coloured people remain unemployed and deliberately denied access to opportunities to own land and farm. Whilst it is true that the AGOA benefits the agricultural sector in the province and in South Africa by extension with duty-free access to agricultural products, and whilst it is true that such benefits add to the GDP of the country, with these agricultural products eligible to receive duty-free accesses under the AGOA are 661, but South Africa is currently only using 44 of those. The truth of the matter is that this agreement benefits white farmers in this province, who continue to be richer at the expense of black and coloured farm workers who are exploited and abused daily on the farms across the province, of black and coloured people of this province. That is why there has never been a subject for discussion from the parties speaking about equality and transformation either in South Africa or this province. The USA continues to use trade agreements such as those under the AGOA to try and influence African countries' foreign policy. Today, they are insinuating that the AGOA agreement with SA might not be renewed if our country does not make changes on its foreign policy, especially when dealing with countries such as Russia and China. This makes it pertinent that colonialism continues to remain in place in a form of trade. But the more we find alternative ways and better opportunities for trade elsewhere as a country, the better it will be. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kasim. Honourable members, the next speaker will be Honourable De Villiers. I'm just reminding members both on the virtual and in the House, this will be the member's maiden speech. Honourable De Villiers, you may continue. Order, members. Order, members. It is the member's maiden speech.
Honourable Speaker, to prepare for today, I scanned the internet to get up to speed with all the news headlines about our beloved Western Cape. What I found was a province that seems unhappy with just being a province that wants to play in the World Cup of global politics, arrest Russian President Putin, and directly negotiate deals with the US. A province more invested in its anti-ANC position than improving the lives of the masses. Honourable members, this does raise the question. The question isn't about whether we support Putin's invasion in Ukraine, we don't, or whether we don't believe in the benefits of securing South African status in terms of the US African Growth and Opportunity Act, we do. The question is, on what should we focus? Take AGOA. It is a country-to-country incentive that the US offers to certain African nations and is of massive significance to our fruit and wine export industries in the region. The Western Cape doesn't have the power to sign its own deal with the US, but it does have the power to positively change conditions for struggling workers in the agricultural sector. It has the power to demand that the portion of AGOA's benefits actually benefited those who produce the fruit. Our region is considered among the most unequal in the world, yet our regional government is more focused on being seen as a global player. Who then is watching out for our people? Honourable Speaker, it is simple in rugby. We have national and local competitions. The Stormers can't play in the World Cup. Understanding in which league the Western Cape sees itself playing will better equip me to account to my constituency.
Honourable de Villiers, can I please ask that you conclude?
Yeah.
Your time has expired.
And contribute constructively to the next debate in this House. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable de Villiers. I now see the Minister of Finance and Economic Opportunities, Honourable Wenger. Order, members. There's a member on the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Murray through you for sponsoring this debate. There's no denying the fact that we as a nation and as a province face significant challenges. There is also no denying that we as a nation, and especially here in the Western Cape, have immense potential to realise the kind of breakout economic growth that we need to create jobs that will pull people out of poverty and create the kind of future that we hope to see our children inherit. And each and every one of us in this House has a responsibility to do everything in our power to make sure that we work day and night to ensure our collective future, our collective tomorrow is better than today. Part of this responsibility entails working with other countries, specifically our key trading partners, to secure, promote and expand access to markets for our goods. AGOA, a preferential trade program which was launched in 2000, was initially set to expire in 2008. It has since been extended and amended several times, providing an economic lifeline to many African countries, not least South Africa, Africa's most advanced economy. The program allows a range of products from eligible African countries to duty-free access to the US, one of the largest consumer markets in the world. It has helped bolster South Africa's economic development in recent years and facilitated job creation, foreign direct investment, and the expansion of local industries. In this context, it is in this context that the ANC-led national government's inexplicable stance on the Russia-Ukraine conflict raises concerns about its level of responsibility and care. The national government's stance on this contentious and polarizing issue could potentially sour trade relations with our key trading partners and provide a knockout blow to an economy that is already on the ropes. Amid rolling blackouts and inflation woes, which threaten to worsen inequality, poverty, and unemployment, it is economic suicide. Not only has AGOA put proudly South African and Western Cape products on shelves in the world's largest consumer market, the United States, but it has had immense benefits for the people of our country. Our nation stands at a critical juncture, where strong leadership and decisive actions are needed to safeguard our trade relations with the US, including our benefits under AGOA. It is imperative that the national government urgently reconsiders its position for the greater good of the nation and its economy. In the Western Cape, we are on a mission to enable the kind of economic growth we need to create jobs so that we can lift people out of poverty and create a prosperous future. It is with this in mind that we recently finalized and adopted the new economic growth strategy for the province, Growth for Jobs. Our vision, as contained in this ambitious strategy, envisages a R1 trillion, jobs-rich, inclusive, sustainable and resilient provincial economy that is growing between 4% and 6% per year in real terms by 2035. At the heart of this plan is the understanding that it is the private sector that creates jobs and that government's role is to enable its success. The key to unlocking this potential lies in the actions we take to enable and support a business-friendly environment that facilitates trade, exports and investments which lead to job creation. These are also key provincial competencies that are given to provinces by the Constitution. Expanding exports of products and services, including international tourism, and enabling access to global markets are key to break out economic growth for the Western Cape economy. Exports create opportunities for our domestic producers to expand and to diversify their customer bases and products and grow their businesses, which is why our Growth for Jobs strategy sets out to triple the value of exports, including tourism. And this, of course, entails not only continuing and sustaining current trade deals, but seeking to enable further growth through renewing critical and undeniably beneficial trade agreements like AGOA. So let's put it in context. South Africa and the Western Cape have traditionally benefited from a good relationship with the United States of America. Since the launch of AGOA, the South Africa's exports to the US grew from 4.4 billion in 2001 to 15.5 billion US dollars in 2021. And according to data compiled by Westgrow, which is the official tourism, trade and investment promotion agency for the Western Cape, 70% of South Africa's agricultural exports to the United States relied on AGOA in 2021. 70%. 5 of the top 10 AGOA qualifying products exported from South Africa to the US came from this very province, with a share greater than 89% in 2021. At the same time, Western Cape exports to the US grew from 2 billion rand in 2001 to 16 billion rand in 2022. A recent survey by Westgrow, in which 44 exporters participated, over 60% of those that export to the United States indicated that they use AGOA. 2/3 of respondents from SMMEs and large-sized businesses indicated that AGOA had a significant impact on the growth of their businesses. Looking at investments over the last 20 years, the US was South Africa's top source market for inward foreign direct investment projects and the second largest based on capital investment. This accounted for 20% of FDI projects and 14% of capex. For the Western Cape, foreign direct investment is intrinsically linked with the exposure we get from AGOA. Over the same period in our province, the US has also been the top source market for inward FDI in terms of capex and the second largest based on the number of projects. In the last 10 years, the US has been the #1 source market for FDI in the Western Cape, investing 30.6 billion rand into 68 projects, which represent 29% of all capex investments in our province. These facts clearly indicate that AGOA provides significant job creation, trade and investment benefits for the Western Cape. We also benefit significantly from US tourism, and in 2022, the US was our second largest source market for tourism, supporting many jobs and injecting a significant amount of spending into the provincial economy. So based on these facts, it simply beggars belief that the national government would jeopardize such a beneficial relationship, especially considering the significant headwinds that we face. At the end of the day, the benefits we as a country and a province get from AGOA are clear. The stats do not lie and clearly show that it is in our best interest to work with the US in good faith to renew this preferential trade agreement. Ultimately, it's not only billions of rands, millions of tons of goods, citrus, fruits, wine, flat-rolled steel, and yachts that are at stake. What is at stake are the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of jobs and the ability of people across this country to put food on the table. Speaker, it's our responsibility to do everything we can to ensure that AGOA is renewed, because it is our responsibility to fight for the people of the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now recognise the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, taking into account the benefits of AGOA brings our economy, that it brings to our economy, we must do everything in our power, and that's why this debate is so important, that we do not lose this agreement with AGOA. We must fight because it affects the people of the Western Cape. We know what AGOA does to this province and to this country. But now the question in the media is the relationship between the US and South Africa on shaky ground. And lawmakers in the US is calling for AGOA to be revoked and not to be renewed in 2025. So the question is, Speaker, why is this relationship on shaky grounds? And the question must be posed. Is the ANC putting their coffers for 2024 ahead of the people of this country? Because that is what they're doing. They're warming up to run because they're filling up their coffers for the election for next year. That is what's happening here. That is what's happening here. And the important thing, Mr. Speaker, is when you vote for the ANC, you're going to vote for unemployment. When you vote for the ANC, you're going to vote for load shedding. When you vote for the ANC, you're voting for doom and gloom. And that is what's happening today. So it's time that the ANC put the voters first and not their pockets first. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, we are representing the people of this country. We're not representing political parties. We are elected by the people to speak on behalf of the people. And we are saddened by the fact that the president is quiet. They were asking, where is the South African ambassador in the US? They can't find him. So I don't know what Honorable Syed is talking about. They can't find him, he's silent. He rather responds on Twitter. You don't do that. This is serious matters. And this
Honorable Christians, your time has expired. Can you please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, the next speaker is on the hybrid system. So, Honorable Brinkhuis. Order, members. Can I please ask that the members in the chamber please allow Honorable Brinkhuis? He's on the hybrid system.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, a 5-year research on curbing illicit financial flows and tax injustice in Africa estimates that Africa, which includes South Africa or Azania, has lost in excess of $1 trillion in illicit financial flows in the last 50 years. These illicit financial flows affect the continent in several ways, such as weakening the prospects of realizing the Sustainable Development Goals, which aims to put an end to poverty. The illicit financial flows have a negative impact on the domestic revenue of our country and that of developing countries. How can one expect growth that is challenged by illicit financial flows? The negative impact of IFF is of great concern and should be tackled. The African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, should raise IFF as a critical stalling factor continentally, as well as the external influences and internal developments. To say that national government lacks the urgency in securing African growth and opportunities which impact negatively on the economic growth in the Western Cape is an unfair statement. The whole country is negatively impacted by the weak structural growth, and the pandemic further increased the socio-economic challenges. The government needs the cooperation from all three spheres and business sectors to help curb the illicit financial flows. South Africa cannot afford these huge losses, which attributes to unemployment, poverty, and load shedding. If the country can stop IFF and channel the monies into housing, employment opportunities, and other sectors, these will make a huge difference in our communities and not put the sustainability of public finance at risk. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Brinkhuis. Honourable members, the next member is Honourable Seleko.
Yeah, Manbulele Somlomo, and to my friend and colleague, Honourable Class, Happy African Day. Honourable Speaker, Nelson Mandela once said, the African Growth and Opportunity Act is a historic opportunity for Africa to trade in its way to prosperity. AGOA has already helped to create millions of jobs in Africa, and it has the potential to create even more. I urge all African countries to take advantage of AGOA and to use it to build a better future for for their people, unquote. Honorable Speaker, South Africa is a major African hub, and not only has AGOA helped to promote regional integration with international markets, but it has also helped to connect South Africa with other African countries, and it has helped to promote the growth of regional trade. Honorable Speaker, there is a tale of two narratives that shape the destiny of South Africa's economy. It is a story that compares the remarkable benefits of AGOA with the unsettling implications of the ANC's cozy relationship with Russia. Let us begin with AGOA. The African Growth and Opportunity Act, a trade agreement that has become one of South Africa's greatest blessings. AGOA has served as a bridge connecting South Africa to the United States, fostering a trade relationship that has seen our exports soar by almost 400 billion. Through AGOA, Honorable Speaker, local businesses have flourished, creating thousands of jobs and injecting vital
Speaker. Is someone speaker?
Yeah, we can't hear. Honorable Speaker?
There's no sound.
Yeah, I can hear you, Honorable Van Vogel, but I can't hear the speaker.
Honorable Speaker, we can't hear. Sorry, Honorable Vumbi, I can hear you, and Honorable Rachel, but I can't hear.
To us, no one is listening to us.
I can still see the interpreter, but
interpreter can hear us.
They can. What is happening?
I don't know. It looked like all of us that are online, we are unable.
There was a time we just cut off.
But now I can't even see the
speaker.
The speaker, Honorable Seleku, when
I can see the interpreter, but I can't see the speaker. I only see us online and the interpreter.
me too, I can only see the interpreter and I can see us,
they are
but I
saying
can't see
they
the
suspended
members in
sitting.
the house. I can't see nobody.
No, but they are saying they are suspending the house sitting for a short while to sort out this problem.
No, we must go to the clinic. This is not a hospital case. So I need to deal with these people. Hi, leadership.
Can you hear me, members?
Oh, okay. They are suspending the meeting for now.
Yes, Honorable Van Vogel, I heard what you said now, but what's happening? Are they suspending the house?
Yeah, for a few minutes to sort out the network problem.
Oh, okay, no, that's fine.
I wonder how do we know when to get back? We as the people who are online.
No, we will
just stay online.
Let's stay online.
Oh, we must stay online. Okay,
yeah.
No problem.
It's back now. It looks like it's back now.
Don't leave, Mama Bucks.
We didn't know you guys are going to be in the house, ne? Online.
I only see all of you now, but I don't see the interpreter anymore.
Honorable Baku. Assalamualaikum.
Yeah, salam alaikum, my honorable member.
How are you? You're right.
I'm doing well.
Yeah,
Amber
great.
say comrade.
Yeah. Honorable Mvumbi.
Salam alaikum. Allah Akbar.
Salam Allahu Akbar.
The rugby team. What happened to the rugby team?
Yeah, it's Malay salam, ne? Salam alaikum. Malay salam.
I like the
They want to
example.
play national. They
Honorable
want to play
Villiers made.
national.
I like the example he made.
Of Thomas.
Of the Stormers, yeah. The Stormers can't play in the World Cup. Yeah, no, that's a good one. That was a good one.
It's a good one. That one,
Yeah, from the good party, a good one from the good party.
Lisa isandla Rachel. When Honorable Rachel went for her, is that the old hand?
Please be seated. Thank you very much, honourable members, and my apologies for that technical glitch or technical gremlin that we had to deal with. Honourable Saleko, you may continue. Just want to indicate to you, you've got 4 minutes and 21 seconds remaining.
Honourable Speaker, due to widespread corruption and maladministration, South Africa last experienced economic growth in 2014 when the country's GDP grew by 1.5%. Losing AGOA status would further exacerbate the economic struggles of South Africa, already plagued by downturns, and would make it more difficult for South African businesses to compete with businesses from other countries that have AGOA status. This could lead to an even greater decline in investment in South Africa, as businesses will be less likely to invest in a country that does not have preferential trade access to the US markets. Honourable Speaker, we have seen allegations of corruption and the so-called Lady Russia Gate, which cast a shadow over the integrity of our government and its commitment to transparent and accountable governance. This scandal has put South Africa at severe risk of losing its AGOA status. It is indeed disheartening to witness political aspiration taking precedence over the needs of our people. The ANC's alignment with Russia, allegedly fueled by billionaire oligarchs' financial support, has led to dire consequences. The Lady R, a vessel supposedly laden with weapons destined for the Russian shores, has become a symbol of this ill-fated affair. Innocent lives in Ukraine hang in the balance, casualties of a political dance that regard human welfare. It is crucial to address these issues head-on and ensure that our economic interests are not compromised. As the Democratic Alliance, we will continue to hold the ANC accountable for their actions and demand transparency in all dealings related to AGOA. We believe that the economic prosperity of our province and our country should not be subjected to hidden agendas or political alliances that prioritize personal gain over the welfare of our citizens. However, within the shadows, a ray of hope emerges from the DA-run Western Cape. We have consistently advocated for the extension of AGOA beyond 2025, recognizing its paramount importance as the most vital trade agreement. Honourable Speaker, while the ANC in the Western Cape is trying for the fourth time to arrange their provincial conference that should have already happened in 2019, our president is outlined to encourage and to convey the immense potential and undeniable benefits that AGOA bestows upon both our nations. My fellow South Africans, in this critical juncture, it is essential to avoid getting tangled in the ANC perceived alignment with Russia, as we risk overlooking the profound influence and potential benefits that the United States hold for our nation. As responsible citizens, we must transcend the swap of political games and set our sight on securing the long-term prosperity that AGOA can offer South Africa. South Africans aren't worried about aligning to anti-Western ideology. They are worried about jobs and about the future of South Africa. AGOA not only grants us preferential access to the largest consumer market in the world, but also fosters trade relationships that can stimulate our economy, create employment opportunities, and bolster our global standing. By remaining steadfast in our commitment to our AGOA, we navigate intricate international relations while advancing the economic well-being of our citizens and securing a brighter future for South Africans. I thank you, Bayadanki and Koskako.
Thank you very much, Honourable Saleko. Honourable Murray. The one is Honourable Murray, and the other one I would introduce as the Minister for Cultural and Sport. Cultural Affairs and Sport, the Minister Murray. So now I'm saying Honourable Murray, if you may continue.
I'm honoured. Speaker, the AGOA, since 2000, has allowed South Africa to export on a preferential basis goods worth billions of rand to the USA. At the time, the world labeled the African continent as inherently corrupt, and they said no handouts any longer. And they were correct. The USA's foreign policy became one of trade, but never aid. In 2021, 53% South Africa's total exports went to the USA and European Union countries. Platinum exports to the USA alone amounted to 71.1 billion US dollars, converted each 1,208 billion rand. That's platinum. Other substantial exports are wines from the Western Cape and South Africa's auto industry. It's absolute political madness, therefore, to risk losing these USA and possible EU markets simply to repay Russia for their past struggle support given to the ANC. It's to be hoped that the president could have succeeded in placating the USA with reassurance that BRICS won't force them into the communist camp. It boggles the mind that the supposedly liberation movement should support and side with a communist dictator who goes on committing criminal acts on civilians in the Ukraine. It is also incomprehensible that our president, co-drafter of South Africa's
The racist himself now speaking.
constitution, has fallen politically in love with one of the world's most oppressive dictators in geopolitical terms. But it's also exasperating that our president, who sleeps on mattresses filled with millions of dollars US, allows black children to die from cholera and dirt-invested water in Hammanskraal. The question can be asked, is he fit to be a president? Why hasn't he been removed yet? Unlike leaders, ANC leaders like Walter Sisulu, Nelson Mandela, and Albert Lutuli.
Honorable Marie, please note
Our leaders, focus on the topic. Focus on the topic.
The ANC has no more leaders of integrity and wisdom whose names are revered
Thank you, Honorable
and
Marie.
shouted out
Your
on
time is up.
campuses.
Thank you very much.
Don't speak about
Racist, your time is up, racist.
Honorable members, please note that the next speaker is also on the hybrid system. Honorable Windvogel, I recognize you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Am I audible?
You are indeed audible.
Thank you. Speaker, allow me to agree with the Honorable say and state that this debate is a mere scarecrow in our relations, especially for trade and economic growth with the United States. There is no need for our national ANC-led government to give urgency to secure our country's AGOA status because it is firmly secure. The Honourable said is also correct that what the Honourable Murray attempts to do through this debate is align itself to wide right-wing elements within the Republican Party in the USA, in the US. Yet this debate must also make us reflect maturely on our relations with the US and in particular AGOA. We must be able to ask ourselves as Africans and South Africans, whether we will remain dependent on AGOA or whether we will be able to develop a self-sustaining relationship with the United States. The reality is that AGOA has also had a negative effects. For example, it has had a devastating impact on our chicken industry. If the Honourable Mayor wants to be honest, and I believe he is, then he would reflect honestly on how, because AGOA American chicken was dumped onto our market in recent years. We have yet to come across a South African chicken farmer that support AGOA. South Africa is said to be Africa's top chicken consumer and number 4 in the world. There should be no reason why our chicken producers are struggling as they do. More than 65,000 tons of US chicken are dumped onto the South African market annually. Speaker, according to our own Provincial Department of Agriculture, the West Coast is said to hold the most potential in expanding the poultry producing sector, and we can only imagine how many jobs will be created if the sector was able to do without chicken dumping from the US. In fact, we are told that 3 or 4% of job losses in the poultry sector are due to US chicken dumping. For every 10,000 tons of imported chicken, we lost 1,000 jobs, said the South African Poultry Association, Kevin Lovell. Speaker, while we acknowledge the many benefits we receive from AGOA, it is simply not a partnership. It is a one-way policy between the US and Africa, from which individual African countries benefit. As Africans, we had no say in how the US formulated this policy, and we can well understand that this is how the DA does things, that the boss say must go. Well, a modern democracy wants a partnership, not patronage. We must also be able to convey to the United States the outcome of our analysis of their recent trade policy trajectory. We are all aware that in the last decade, we have seen an upsurge in US protectionism and an American industrial policy, which has had China in mind, but which has negatively affected all other developing countries. In fact, what one analyst have suggested was that the war in Ukraine has simply exacerbated the fragmentation of the global economy because of US economic policy rather than seeing its integration. While we can agree that the war in Ukraine has increased the rise in cost of living crisis globally, we cannot divorce from this rise in inflation from the trajectory of US trade policy and the protectionism that this has perpetuated even before the Trump administration. At the same time, we simply do not have the fiscal capacity to subsidize our farmers and producers to compete against their European and American counterparts, while the Biden administration strategy towards sub-Saharan Africa seems to favor the imports of raw materials such as palladium.
Honourable Van Vogel, please note that there's a point of order in the chamber, so the time has, we've stopped the time. So, Honourable Deputy Chief Whip, what is your point of order?
It's not a point of order. I wanted to find out whether Member Van Vogel is willing to take a question.
All right, Honourable Van Vogel, the Deputy Chief Whip is asking if you are prepared to take a question.
No, big no.
Honourable Deputy Chief Whip, the member is not prepared to take a question. Honourable members, please note that there's a member on the floor. Please allow the member to continue. Honourable Van Vogel, you may continue.
Right. Thank you, Speaker. In all of this, it will therefore be foolish to think that we are simply beneficiaries of AGOA. AGOA comes at a cost. Yes, according to our own poultry industry, the benefits of AGOA outweigh the disadvantages, but we must be able to have a frank and honest conversation with our US counterparts. And as the ANC, we can assure this House, our national government is leading such discussions. As a result, we must, as a continent, a country and a province, diversify our target market for export. We cannot be dependent on one export market. And if the truth be told, the DAS jitters today, this debate takes place today simply because while the rest of our country has been diversifying their markets for export, this province has simply over-relied on the US market. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Vogel. We move on to the Minister of Agriculture, Minister Meyer.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Firstly, let me welcome the past matriculants from Lentegeur and Portland in this House. We are very happy that you are here in this House. And thank you to Honourable Member, the Minister of Mobility, that have invited you. We are pleased to have you in this House today. I would also like to welcome the Honourable Mr. de Villiers. In my previous capacity as the Minister of Sport, I worked very closely with you, admired you, and still admire you. But our politics in this House is going to be robust. I would also like to inform you, Honourable Member de Villiers, when you do not have a national government, you don't sit here and wait for things to happen. Like in the energy crisis, you rise to the challenge. This government in South Africa is missing in the action. We have no precedent. So we are into the geopolitical landscape internationally because the government and our ambassador in Washington, Noma Indiam Faketu, was absolutely missing in this very critical, important debate. So it is your job, it is my job to fill the space. In politics, the first law of politics, moenie dat mag rond lê nie. Die ANC laat die mag rond lê. You grab the power. That's politics. So also, I want to thank Honourable Member Ferlin Christians, a fantastic, brilliant speech. That's why I understand our friendship over 20 years. Thank you for a brilliant speech. We can see the fruits of investments that was made by your mentors. One of them is in the House. I want to thank also an excellent speech by Isaac Sileko. Thank you for understanding that context. Honourable Member Peter Murray, thank you for supporting the correct side of history, because I will now juxtapose people who are on the wrong side of history. You are on the correct side, sir. So thank you very much for that.
Honourable Minister, there's a hand up on the virtual platform. Please take your seat. Honourable Kama, is that a point of order?
Yes, Honourable Speaker. I want to check, Honourable Speaker, whether is it parliamentary for the leader of government business to say in the House that we do not have a government nationally, as that might lead to anarchy in the country, and he would have taken an oath of office to protect the Constitution. And accordingly,
Thank you, Honourable Kama. That is not a point of order. This is a political debate, and one cannot have more political or freedom of speech outside of the House. So I'm not going to curb freedom of speech in this House. Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to take part in the debate on South Africa government's reaction and to the implications of AGOA. Honourable Speaker, there are moments in history when nations have to be decisive and take a decision and decide whether you will walk the road of darkness or whether you will choose opportunity and prosperity. Honourable Speaker, there are moments in nations in their history when leaders must choose the right side of history. Honourable Speaker, when your nation is at a crossroads and South Africa is now at the crossroads, your decisions must add up to be on the right side of history. Honourable members, the governing party in South Africa made decisions and defined their sides in the history of our nation. Honourable members of this House and my friend Honourable Member Klaas will know that the governing party is on the wrong side of history in respect of Nkandla, Marikana, Palapala, Eskom, SAA, SABC, and state capture. On the wrong side of history. Honourable Speaker, the governing party in South Africa is now continuing to be on the wrong side of history. Instead of supporting global efforts towards peace, human rights, and democracy, the South African government is choosing the wrong side of history, supporting Russia, a terrorist state, recently being declared by the European Parliament as a terrorist state. When you attack and invade a sovereign nation, you are violating international law. The South African government chose to support Russia and its killing machines in Ukraine. The question that comes to mind in the international community, did South Africa government supply weapons via Lady R in Simonstown? We don't know the full truth, but what we do know is that South Africa was on the wrong side of history in respect of Al-Bashir. AGOA trade agreement now and grey listing. I met the US ambassador 2 weeks ago in his office in Pretoria at the embassy. And he spoke to us what happened in Simonstown. And for this house, he's a naval officer by trade, by career, by profession. He knows what happens at naval bases around the world. He's a career naval officer. And so, he's not only naval, he's a marine officer. And and I quote, this is what he said to me. He said, weapons were provided to Russia on Lady R, and he said, and I bet my life on it. Diplomats never speak like this unless they put their life on it. And in this case, he has put his life on it. And so we know who's on the right side of history. Honorable Speaker, Ambassador Ruben Brigady, he was angry because Suid-Afrika se totale uitvoere na die FSA is 275 miljard rand. Ons invoer uit die FSA is 123 miljard rand. Dit laat ons met 'n positiewe handelsbalans van 152 miljard rand. AGOA, soos in hierdie debat uitgekom, bied verskillende Afrika-lande, geselekteerde lande, marktoegang vir ongeveer 1,800 producte.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Side, is that a point of order?
Chair, I think the Honourable Mayor must tell us, it's a point of order, whether the Honourable US Ambassador lied when he apologized about the Simonstown statement.
Honourable Side,
It's misleading. He's actually casting aspersions on the US Ambassador.
Order, honourable members. Honourable Side, that is not a point of order. When you rise on a point of order, you request or you point out the point of order. You don't go ahead and pose the question or make your comment. Members, let that be.
US dollar in 2020. Fourth, announced an investment of 1 billion rand, creating jobs, creating opportunities for the youth. There are two responses in the context of AGOA. You can support AGOA and create jobs, or you can reject AGOA and kill jobs. We know who's on the wrong side of history. Honourable Speaker, we heard today by the ANC where they stand in this debate. And it is because of their track record to be on the wrong side of history. Nkandla, Phala, Marikana, Al-Bashir, the evidence are all documented. And so, Honourable Speaker, the Premier of the Western Cape, Mr. Alan Winde, will soon visit the United States to campaign for the renewal of AGOA. An honourable member of the EFF, wonderful, great, but AGOA is not a trade agreement. It is an act of the Congress. So it is completely different from a trade agreement. It is an act, and our Premier will go to the US meeting with our colleagues in the Congress in Washington.
Please take a seat. Honourable Deputy Chief Whip of the Opposition. Is that a point of
Speaker,
order?
Yes, point of order. The Honourable Minister is addressing the Honourable Kasim directly. He should be speaking through you. I did not address anyone directly, for the record.
Thank you very much for that useless input.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Side, I note your point of order. Honourable Minister, please can I remind you to please speak through the chair if you want to address a member of the House. You may continue.
Speaker, through you, to Honourable Member Kasim, thank you for your input. Also, Honourable Speaker, AGOA is now up for review. When? In 2025. Am I worried? Obviously, I'm worried, because we must create opportunities for the youth. They must get jobs. But I am worried. But there is hope in the end of the tunnel. In 2025, when that act comes under review in the United States, there will be a new government, Mr. de Villiers, in South Africa. So we are worried, but to be honest, I don't worry anymore because there will be a new government in the union buildings and we will renew the AGOA Act in Washington. The Premier is leaving next month to make that road for us clear. You don't sit and wait for the government. There's no government. You step into the space. That's what the Premier is going to do.
Order, members.
We cannot stop. We can stop the economic bloodshed that will follow if AGOA is scrapped. Next year's election gives us a golden opportunity to vote the ANC out and choose to be on the right side of history. The right side of history, not in the wrong side of history. Voters will have that opportunity. We can and still and must save South Africa. Saving AGOA will help us in rebuilding South Africa. Because we know that top agricultural products, 7 of the top 10, Mr. Klaas, through the Speaker, top 10 of those products that are exported, 7 of the 10 have an agricultural footprint.
Honourable Minister, your time is concluded. Please conclude.
Honourable Speaker, this is a sad moment for me. But I must conclude. Our citizens are ready to vote out the corrupt ANC, immoral ANC, spineless ANC. Watch out, as Bishop Tutu said.
Thank you,
Watch
Minister.
out, it's coming.
Thank you, Minister. Please take your seat. Honourable members, thank you very much. That concludes the debate. We will now move on to the next order of the day, or the next order on the order paper, and that is interpellations as per Rule 197. I recognize the Honourable Allen. Minister Allen.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Please allow me to also, on the onset, say welcome through you, Speaker, to Member de Villiers, a man who has broken ceilings in terms of what he has achieved in terms of your career as a rugby coach. Ek is geëerd om vir u te kan sien vandag. I'm also wanting to indicate, Speaker.
Order, members. Order, members. Minister, please speak to me. Honourable Maran, there is a member on the floor.
Let me say, Speaker, also to the young people from Mitchell's Plain. Although I didn't attend the high schools that the young people attended in Mitchell's Plain, and I was just down the road in Glendale, we do know that from Mitchell's Plain, from Drakensberg, regardless of where you are, young people are rising up and they are playing a significant role. Speaker, I want to also on this particular interpellation say thank you to Member Furlan Christians. Member Furlan Christians also played a vital role since August 2021 when this particular matter was in the media. As a way of background, we have seen via a visit to the satellite office in Browns Farm when information was received that that particular station was closing down at 5 p.m. on a daily basis. That then led to echo the sentiments made by the LOGB to Member de Villiers, is that I then at the time wrote to the previous National Minister of Public Works, who have failed to act, seeing that that particular satellite office and that building was owned by the National Department of Public Works, and it was then rented by PRASA, all national competencies, and they have failed in their particular way of service delivery there. So to answer the question specifically, and I want to read it for the record, Speaker. What has the resultant impact been on the community of the closure of the satellite office of the satellite police station in Browns Farm? The community of Browns Farm and surrounding areas have been severely negatively impacted and affected by the closure of the satellite police station in Browns Farm. The satellite station serviced a large area, namely Sector 3 and 4 of the Nyanga Policing Precinct, which at the time, Speaker, was also the murder capital of our country. Even though the station was a satellite, it played a huge role in terms of combating crime within the sector. Schools in the surrounding area have been affected by drugs and gangsterism, which can be attributed to the lack of SAP's visibility in the area. The health sector also, Speaker, was negatively affected as doctors and other clinic staff, as well as patients, have experienced numerous robberies. Businesses and trade in the area have also been severely affected as delivery vehicles, big and small, have become a target of hijacking. And Speaker, this is a serious matter for this particular area, and we've consistently, even by the standing committee, raised this particular matter. From any administrative policing business, for example, we have seen where affidavits, community members must then commute to Nyanga police station, which via taxi is a one-way taxi ride, which could cost between 10 and 15 rand, which for many people in that particular area is unaffordable. The physical building that used to house the satellite station has been vandalized, and it is feared that this may become a nest for criminal activities in this particular area.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognise the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. Minister, the biggest problem is that, when police is not even safe in their own building, no running water, no electricity, and inadequate fencing. And then we also know that a policeman were killed just 600 meters away from the satellite station. So what happens now? Nobody is safe. And the failing national government. But my question to you this afternoon is, at your MINMAC meetings, because it's not just one specific police station in the Western Cape that's under-resourced. It's quite a bit of police stations that we visited in the Western Cape that we see holes in the floor. So my question is, I know it's under public works, but surely the police must take responsibility for the safekeeping of their own members. Their own members is not safe. What about the community? How can we ask them for service delivery if they themselves is not safe? So this is a big concern. It's a big concern, and I'm pleading that you do something. Your department's got oversight. You are now called police oversight and community safety to please look at the situation. People are being robbed. People are being mugged. You know all of that. I'm giving you the facts, but this is what we have, that people are not safe. Even the refuge removal services said, we cannot go into the area. So what does residents do now? They burn the rubble. They burn the garbage. And think of the health issues with the closing of that police station. So it's shocking to see that nothing has been done so far. So in your role, in your oversight role, you'll have to drive this hard so that we can at least make sure that the police are safe, but also that the communities are serviced. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. And I see Honourable Bosman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and many thanks to Minister Allen for that comprehensive response. I find it very interesting that we did not get more information from the South African Police Service through the Minister's response, especially since we know that SAPS has maintained the line that this police station and the community is adequately serviced without that satellite police station. What worries me about this, particularly the line taken by SAPS Speaker, as you would know, recently there was a high-profile assassination right at that facility, at that satellite police station that is no longer open. The activist Loyiso Nkoshla was shot and killed in broad daylight at this facility in question. So through you, Honourable Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister if any investigators from the main station that SAPS has assured us is perfectly equipped to serve this law has made any progress in bringing Mr. Nkoshla's killers to justice, and whether the Minister has found that adequate policing is taking place in that Browns Farm area. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bosman. I now see Honourable Maran.
Thanks, Speaker. Afternoon, Premier and members present.
The Honourable Christians must remember, you must know that people are getting robbed in streets where there's no street lights. You must remember that the garbage that he's talking about is garbage that's not been removed by the city of Cape Town. You must remember the poor access roads into the squatter camps is not the responsibility of the police, but the responsibility of government. And those are the things that the MEC should focus on and make sure that those services are rendered to that community. Honourable Speaker, MEC Allen on March 3, 2020, in his response to Mr. Christian's written question, on the same matter clarified that community safety is not compromised by the closure of the satellite station. The MEC also explained that in the intent reopening of the new satellite station in the area will further enhance policing efforts, and the community policing in the area has been strengthened for the implementation of the safer city concept, and that there is a functional CPF in Yanga with a current chair residing in Browns Farm and representing Sector 3 and 4 of the CPF sub-forums. We must assist Mr. Christians to understand that safety in Browns Farm will not be improved by the reopening of the police station alone. It needs this provincial government to install street lights, CCTV cameras, and improve accessibility in informal settlements. It must enable communities to play a vital role in the fight against crime. These are the kind of issues MEC Allen should respond to. We welcome the progress made to implement the safer city concept after nearly 3 years' delay. Through this strategy, we can combat crime and violence and halve the murder rate in the province by 2029. The MEC must tell us when the safer city concept will be fully implemented in the province. We are saddened by the murder of Comrade Louise, who took place in the vicinity of the in close vicinity of the police station. We urge members to desist from politicizing the heinous and barbaric act. We reiterate our calls to SAPS to leave no stone unturned in investigating the murder and bring the perpetrators to book. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Moran. I now see Honourable Christians again.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, I don't even want to respond to Member Moran because the issue is not about refuse removal. The issues are people are scared of their lives. That's why they cannot move into the area. Now, the ACDP is on record saying this all the time. It's time that we devolve the police powers to the provinces and municipalities because the ANC is incapable to keep our people safe. And they will excuse and make excuses and make excuses. But I want to say this. The people have opportunity to vote the ANC out in 2024, and they must do it because their lives is at stake. We have one lifeline in 2024, and that is to get rid of corrupt ANC that does not care for our people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. Honourable members on both my left and right. Honourable members, when there's a member on the floor, I mean, can you please respect that that member has an opportunity to make his or her contribution? This constant commentary on both the right and the left is hindering the member on the floor to have an opportunity to do so. Can I please ask that you allow and respect the fact that there's a member on the floor, and when it's your turn, we will ensure that you get the same rights. Thank you, Honourable Christians. I now see the Minister, Minister Allen.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Member Christians, I can give you my assurances that this matter has already been tabled at MINMIC. Guideline 35, in terms of our oversight responsibility over the South African Police Service, also indicate that the MEC, and in this case the Provincial Minister in this role that I'm occupying, sign off on the priority needs in terms of infrastructure. I've made that abundantly clear in terms of that particular station at Browns Farm. I would want to correct the member Moran through you, Speaker. He read a parliamentary reply which he attributed to myself, which he said community safety has not been compromised by the closure of the satellite station. I do want to correct the member in that In my capacity as oversight, there is a number of queries that we will directly refer to the South African Police Service, and the parliamentary reply, Speaker, will actually indicate, for the record, the reply service. I will repeat again, the reply of the South African Police Service. So we have given the South African Police Service the opportunity to provide that feedback. However, Member Maran attributed that particular wording to myself, which is not the case. And for the record, once again, I can confirm that we have seen that crime has been negative, that particular area has been affected by the closure of the station. Member Bosman, thank you so much for your input as well. I am fully aware, Speaker, that certain information I'm unable to put into the public domain at this regard, in this regard, but I can confirm at this point in time that the case that Member Bosman referred to has been officially known as the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigations. And from the feedback that I've gotten, and I triple checked again actually earlier this morning, Speaker, on this particular case, and that there has been developments in that regard, but I'm unable to make any further information public at this particular stage, but the investigation is at an advanced stage, and we would ideally want to see those perpetrators behind bars as soon as possible. But then in closing, I would want to again echo the sentiments expressed by Member Phelan Christians that it is high time that policing powers be devolved. I'm also able to confirm via a letter that I've received, which I've also shared with the Cabinet, in which other provinces are reaching out. And one particular province called the beautiful KwaZulu-Natal actually wrote to me 2 weeks ago wanting to visit, where they are wanting to undertake an exchange, and they are wanting to learn from our best practices, from our experiences, and what we have been calling in terms of a new policing model. So it's definitely the call made by the Premier is resonating stronger and stronger, and that particular call is rising across our beautiful country, and not here, and not only here in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of interpellation 1. We now move on to interpellation 2. I see the Honourable Minister, Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Speaker, Honourable Speaker of the House. And I also want to welcome our youth from Mitchell's Plain. I appreciate that they took the time to spend with us this afternoon in the House, particularly on such an important topic, the Central Line. So the first question is, Honourable members, how did they get here? And I want to appreciate parliamentary services for bringing the youth here, but they got here by taxi. They didn't get here by train. Why not? Because the Central Line is not working. So I wanted to demonstrate the visuality of what happens when state institutions fail. I traveled by train yesterday myself. The ticket was 8 Rand. The ticket from Mitchell's Plain to Cape Town is 8 Rand. Taxi fare, 25 Rand. 3 times the cost. So this is a very important question by Member Vimbi, and I'm certainly honored to participate in this interpellation. On Mvimbi, the Central Line has not been operational since 2019 due to safety concerns and infrastructure caused by vandalism and theft. Significant impact on commuters who relied as a Central Line as a primary mode of transport, as I just earlier demonstrated. The situation has been exacerbated by the onset of COVID-19 and the lockdown regulations, and the condition of the Central Line has been deteriorated significantly over that period. Recognizing the critical importance of the Central Line to commuters of the Metro and the Mitchell's Plain community, particularly where these youth are from, because they can't use the train because the station is dysfunctional, the Western Cape Mobility Department entered into a memorandum of understanding with PRASA to cooperate towards restoring the Central Line, as well as exploring interim solutions. The MOU was signed in May 2020. A number of interim solutions were explored, and the WCMD proposed to PRASA a form of rail replacement service along key sections. Unfortunately, this proposal was never further developed due to the instability caused by continuous organizational changes within PRASA. At the beginning of 2020, PRASA approached the WCMD and sought assistance with the control and the eradication of vegetation within the rail services. The rail services, the yards, and the infrastructure substations were overgrown due to the non-award of vegetation contracts with PRASA. Vegetation close and on railway lines and infrastructure pose a significant fire hazard, especially during the dry season. As our colleague Minister Bradell will tell you, we have thousands of fires. So the Western Cape Mobility Department, Transport at the time, knew the risk and therefore appointed and mobilized their own EPWP workers to rapid response to PRASA's needs. Since then, PRASA has not requested any further assistance, despite us continuing offering to assist them. Another key element in which the department has played an important role is facilitating the identification of suitable land of which to relocate the illegal settlements on the central line. This is a critical activity which without the central line cannot be restored. The department has reviewed available public works property as well as facilitating early discussions with the then Department of Human Settlements, and it remains to this day. The department is also part of the steering committee for the presidential priorities set up for this crucial project. More recently, the department has had a number of engagements with executive leadership of PRASA as well as the PRASA board chair, which meetings were held in myself in Cape Town and Johannesburg, which we facilitate and helping to restore the central line. And I've said it before and I'll say it again, meetings were also arranged by myself, the Premier of the Western Cape, Executive Mayor of Cape Town, of which PRASA chair cancelled at short notice. And I want to thank the Premier, Windy and the Mayor for making themselves available. So we've consistently do whatever we can to do that. So there is solutions.
Honourable Minister, your time has expired for your first input. Okay. So you have another opportunity at the end. I now see the Honourable Mvimbi.
Good afternoon, honourable speakers and honourable members. Honourable Speaker, can you hear me?
You are indeed audible. Honourable Mvimbi, you may continue.
Thank you very much, honourable Speaker. And thank you very much to Honourable Mackenzie for the input and the response. Although it did not really address some of the issues in a practical way, except to say that there was just a memorandum of understanding. Honourable Speaker, the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa has been struggling for years to relocate the families now living on the Central Line. PRASA has to work with the provincial government of the Western Cape to assist these families to move. Not so long ago, I did stand here on the same issue on how the Western Cape government, the city of Cape Town, are dragging their feet when it comes to the restoration of the Central Line and its full operation. And that solution it's supposed to be a practical solution, not in the form of a memorandum. The issue of relocating of the families that are on the Central Line, needs a practical solution. But I can assure you, Honourable Speaker, in spite of all this, I won't be surprised that once again there'll be more blame game that is going to come from the provincial government and also from Honourable Mackenzie. I'm expecting that then he's going to give a very constructive response and stop putting blame every time. They must actually act practically on issues of provincial government. This, of course, I won't be surprised if that blame game comes, because every time the provincial government is unable to perform its duties, they will always blame the national government. Last week, the National Minister of Transport, Sindisiwe Chikunga, in a budget speech indicated that the full recovery of the Central Line remained the national government's top priority. And again, the National Department of Human Settlement has also provided the city with 111 million to address the railway relocation. That is now a practical solution to a practical problem. National government will, of course, need the cooperation of the province in order to restore the Central Line for its full operation. And of course, it also brings us to the question as to What has the Department of Mobility done to support and assist PRASA in the restoration of the central line? I understand the issue of the Memorandum of Understanding. The Memorandum of Understanding is just paper that is written in agreement, but there must be practical realization of that. But up to this stage, I hear the provincial minister says that it has only gone as far as signing a memorandum of understanding. But to me, that is not a practical solution to the problem. As a province that wants the devolution of power,
Thank you, Honourable Mvimbi.
this
Your
provincial
time has
government
expired.
has done.
Honourable Mvimbi, your time has expired. Thank you very much. And now I see the Honourable Seleko.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I think what our Honourable Mvimbi should be doing is actually to thank and congratulate Minister Mackenzie since his appointment to trying to bring the central line into action, because you cannot miss him. He's everywhere. He's on Twitter, he's on Facebook, he's on WhatsApp, he's running. He really wants the central line to be back. You know, it's in the taxi, and what is funny, that the question comes from about fast tracking is coming from a cadre of Tambo, like Honorable Mvimbi called themselves, knowingly that since 2019, deadline after deadline has been pushed and pushed. It is truly stunning display of consistent incompetence, as it seems their commitment to delays and broken promises know no bounds. Just last week, through a parliamentary question, it was revealed that the new minister's deadline, once again, has been pushed back. It appears that the National Department's promises are as reliable as a chocolate teapot. Minister, has your department identified any potential bottlenecks or areas of improvement in the current process? If so, what steps will be taken to address them and accelerate progress? Want ons mis die transkarwe. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I now see the Honourable Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, as a province, the Western Cape is one of the provinces that wants the devolution of power in real. And unfortunately, this provincial government has done nothing to show that it is worthy that devolution of power. The funds allocated by the National Department of Human Settlement have not been used by the city with the excuse that they were nearing the end of the financial year. The DA-led provincial government stated that they had no funds available to assist toward the relocation of the informal settlement on the central line. But when they were given the funds to do so, they come up with more excuses and even more blaming games. I hope that in response, the Honourable Minister is actually going to give us this practical solution, because up to this stage, we believe that the provincial government has done nothing, whereas while PRASA and the national government are on record on practical solution that they can actually bring to this. And of course, we know that we are also not going to shy away from the fact that the DA is the sole reason for the slow pace of this central line relocation process. Might I remind you, Honourable Speaker, that it was a very Honourable Mackenzie of Mobility that was berating PRASA before his current appointment as the Mobility Department for dumping people in Mitchell's Plain. And I can see again, he is continuing on the same ground of keep on blaming PRASA and not bringing practical solution. And unfortunately, I acknowledge the fact that even Honourable Seleko says that the minister is all over taking joyride and taking selfies and taking pictures, but he is not actually attending to the actual problem of the central line. The central line is not only showing the incompetence of the provincial government when it comes to the issue of rail powers. And if ever these powers can actually be devolved into the provincial government, it begins to prove what the provincial government can actually show us. All they ever do is to make noise on data and evidence Well, we've heard the data and evidence that the DA-led government is not intent nor keen on assisting the national government to find proper land and relocate these residents. When the land is available, there are excuses that are being brought by the provincial government, including the city of Cape Town. And interestingly, Honorable Mackenzie is also on the forefront in making sure that this process of relocating these people to suitable land is actually being frustrated. In fact, the DA only uses devolution to score cheap political points. This is their priority, not the citizen of the Western Cape. The ANC will not wait on provincial government that is incapable. If I may conclude, Honorable Speaker, the ANC will not wait on provincial government that is incapable of governing. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mvimbi, I've called you to indicate that your time has expired on 3 occasions. Honorable member, there's a reason why it has been because it's part of the rules. Can I please ask that you adhere to the rules? So we will, Honorable Mvimbi, just for the record, for the House, we will check the Hansard, and when your time expired, and the Hansard will reflect up until that point. I now see the Honorable Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, my colleague, Mr. Seleku, on Sugi Transkaroo. It's interesting that Honorable Mvimbi doesn't seem to know who's in charge of the current trains, because it is not the Western Cape government that is currently in charge of the trains. The purpose of this exercise of what we're doing is to take over the trains so we can run it better. The 111 million rand, and I remember distinctly, was transferred on the 30th of March. Now, frankly, it is criminal, and the national minister should go to jail for transferring money on the 30th of March while the new financial year starts on the 1st. It is fiscal dumping to its highest order. And that is exactly the reason why the country's finances is in a mess. They don't know how to deal with money, how to plan money, how to process money, and how to plan for it. They do know how to steal it. There is not a person in his mind who transfer money to another person without, imagine somebody transfer 100 million in my bank account without telling me what it's for, without telling me what is the process, without telling me what to do. In fact, Mayor Joel Hillis is a very generous person. I'd have taken that money and appointed more leave officers. But he still had the decency to write to them and say, here's the money that you've transferred, please take it back. I'd have taken that money and appointed anti-gang units, or appointed more law enforcement units. He's far more gentlemanly than I am. I'd have taken that money and put 100 rail enforcement officers on the trains. I'd have taken that money and bought 50 vehicles to combat policemen and crime for Minister Regal Ellen. That Minister Kubai, she should go to jail for dumping money. And that Minister, Honorable Mvimbi, you should write to her and say, colleague, don't abuse taxpayers' money. Because that's exactly what she did, and there's nothing to praise for it. It is unacceptable, it is not okay, and in fact, they should lay criminal charges against her for dumping money on the 30th of March, probably at 11:59 before the 1st of April. The second matter, Minister Honorable Mvimbi, you didn't hear what I said. It was me, Premier Windy, Mayor Hill Lewis, who led the process, who wrote to the chairperson of PRASA, who wrote to the CEO of PRASA to come to a meeting. It was them on the Wednesday, in fact, the Thursday morning, via a WhatsApp. The disregard for millions of people in Mitchell's Plain, Khayelitsha, Pontyville, Nyanga, Langa, and many communities who use the central line to send a WhatsApp, cancel the meeting. That is the blatant disregard the ANC has for the people of the Western Cape. It is unacceptable, it is not okay, and we will not tolerate that behavior in the Western Cape.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Syed, is there a point of order?
Yes, Chair, I have a point of order.
What's your point of order?
The Honourable Mackenzie has misled the House regarding Minister Kubai. Minister Kubai clarified
Honourable Syed,
she clarified the process.
Honourable
You must not mislead the House.
Honourable Syed, when you rise on a point of order, you do not justify the point of order. Honorable Mackenzie, please continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. So the leadership of PRASA must take responsibility for what they did to the central line. It was them that destroyed the central line, and we going all out to get the central line up and running. So much, Honorable Mvimbi, when I was in Joburg to meet with PRASA, I was so desperate because you hear on the phone lines every morning, people phoning to the radio, the signal is not working. I went to meet with Elscom, the supplier of trains, just to get an understanding what the hell is going on. I asked them, what is the price of the signals? Because I'm going to go back to the Premier in Cape Town and ask him for signals. To my shock, Honorable Mvimbi, and you'll be shocked to hear that as well, the price of the signals, in my mind, it was 11,000 and it was 400 million. There is a desperation we have in this province to get the central line going. Further to the point, I wrote to our colleagues in Gauteng because they are in the same situation that we are. The metro rail is metro fail in Gauteng. It is dysfunctional.
Honorable Minister, your time has expired. Please conclude.
Thank you. They are in the same situation. We're working with our peers to get the central line going. We are desperate and we're doing far more than what is reasonable human being to get it going. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, honourable members. That concludes interpellation 2. Honourable, I will recognize you now. Honourable members, that concludes interpellation 2. Honourable Syed, is there a point of order?
Speaker, I rise on the point of order in the context of consistency. Member Mvimbi's mic or sound was turned off when he went over the time, but the same was not done for Member Mackenzie.
Honourable members, I'm not going to justify my rulings in this platform. However, just for the record, Honourable Mvimbi's microphone was turned off after the 3rd request to end his speech. Honourable members, we now move on to interpellation 3, and I recognize the Honourable Minister Allen.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Thank you so much, Speaker.
The members.
I also wish to express my sincere thanks to Member Klaas for this particular interpellation, which is whether Delft is considered a murder or crime hotspot for the purposes of the deployment of our LEAP officers. Speaker, the short answer is yes. It's yes because LEAP's deployment is based on data and evidence and where the need is the greatest. For all the law enforcement perspective, LEAP is the Western Cape Safety Plan in action, and we have consistently spoken about the Western Cape Safety Plan in this particular house. Delft has also been a priority station since LEAP commenced in 2020. In the last financial year, between October and December, Speaker, we saw that Delft become the second ranked station in terms of murders, but also the first station in terms of gender-based violence. So yes, it is definitely in terms of the Western Cape Safety Plan and for the purposes of your question. But Speaker, what we have also done is that we have added 30% in terms of actual numbers to the officers that is in the South African Police Service. I'm going to repeat that. In terms of the deployment of SAPS members to the Delft area, we've come along in terms of the Western Cape Safety Plan and added 97 LEAP officers in that particular area. Bodies on the ground, and that amounts to 30% of the full complement that the South African Police Service has in that particular area. It's a step up outside of our mandate. It is a step in outside of our mandate. And further to that, we have also helped and assisted 27 of our accredited neighborhood watchers in the area, 25 of the accredited neighborhood watchers in the area consisting of 355 active members. We also help and assist a functional CPF in that particular area. And I'm also delighted to note, Speaker, that in the last financial year, 17 of the chrysalis graduates are from the Delft area, and they contribute towards safety measures in that particular area. And we have placed all 17 in a work opportunity for a period of 12 months. So we have seen Delft is a priority area we have actually made certain that our priority areas are taken care of, and we have stepped in and stepped up in that regard. But the short answer is yes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Allen. I now recognise Honourable Klaas.
Molweni, ninjani? Yeah. No, the minister surprised me. I supposed to read now he answer. So for the real truth is that we want this thing to be implemented. We are not, no, he can say that. I was in Delft recently. They were just fighting with a spade. Yeah, spade. And we were worried what is happening. So that's why I'm saying that I will not read there, but no, they were fighting.
Order, members. Honourable Klaas, please speak to me and not directly to the members.
So
Honourable members, please.
For me, it's just to put this thing on record. I will read quickly in order to be in the record of the Parliament. Let us read. Speaker, the safety plan introduced by the Western Cape Premier after assumed office remained in a futile exercise, and they amount to nothing but fruitless and wasteless expenditure. Millions of taxpayers' money have been wasted since 2019 in the shame called safety plan, which has yielded no result in the inception. That's why he said it's implementing now. Over the years, this DA provincial government has been telling us that they will target crime, murder, sport areas and deploy law enforcement as a proactive measure to counter crime and murder increase in the province. However, in the 2023 financial year, Delft has been going up in ranking in the whole country when it comes to a high murder rate, despite the so-called safety plan being in place. According to the first quarter crimes statistics for the financial year at the issue, Delft was ranked number 5 in the country. When it comes to the high rates in the second quarter, it went up at number 4. And according to the latest stats of the third quarter, this township was now at number 3. This piece of information does not show the whole of society approach and every Western Cape department assisting in fighting crime and murder in the province. It is in fact an opposite. The Premier's term will be coming to an end in less than a year now. Perhaps he must take residents of his province into his confidence and tell them where he spent their tax money, because it is now clear that certainly that the money allocated for purpose of the safety plan was not issued to fight crime and murder. Ngoba basafa at Delft. Just 2 weeks ago, 2 people were shot dead in Delft in separate incidents.
Honourable Klaas, your time has expired. Honourable Klaas, please conclude.
Yes. What is the purpose of the safety plan, and how is that people continue to
Thank you, Honourable Klaas.
in the area?
Thank you. Thank you. I see the Honourable Bosman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And once again, thank you to Minister Allen for another comprehensive response. Speaker, while Delft remains a challenging area, it's heartening to hear the excellent work that the Minister's Department's doing. And I salute those Chrysalis Academy students who are helping to contribute to solve the problems, especially when our National Minister of Police, the sorting hat, Becky Taylor, doesn't actually want to get involved. With this in mind, Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister if he knows whether Member Klaas has actually read the safety plan. It doesn't seem like it. And I also want to ask if the Minister can perhaps tell us how many EFF members the LEAP officers have assisted in arresting during the Clicks debacle. I know the predecessors of Member Klaas were some of those arrestees that were apprehended by LEAP officers. And Minister, with that, can you also perhaps tell us whether you are providing any additional support to those 25 neighbourhood watchers as well? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bosman. And I see the Honourable Maran.
Speaker, thanks very much. Honourable Klaas, through you to the to the Speaker, to you, you must remember that the LEAP officers don't belong to the Premier. It belongs to JP Smith. So the Premier don't have any say. They take their command from JP Smith. They take the command from the Metro, not from the province. It's just something that the Premier have promised the people of the Western Cape during in his manifesto, that he will start his own police force. The police force, LEAP officers, belongs to JP Smith. And also, MEC Regan Allen, through you, Speaker, you must check your responses, your answers to messages, to questions. I have said so. You must check, Speaker.
Order, members.
The MEC must check his responses to questions, because it got sent to all members, and it's on record. And I can read you your response on a question asked by the Honourable Christians in terms of an issue that we have discussed previously. I got it also. Check when you send it out. Honourable Speaker, today marks exactly 1,344 days to the day Mr. Villiers, Premier, launched the Western Cape Safety Plan, promising to spend 1 billion to halve the murder by 2029. What we have witnessed during this period is a monumental failure as crime levels and murder rate continue to soar. Premier Windy is the face of this failure, as his safety plans have proved to be a big expense failure. In 2023-22 third quarter crime stats between October and December 2022, the Alt and Mfuleni were in the top 3 of the 30 murder stations in the country. In total, there were 8 stations from the province in the top 30 murder stations. This is despite concerted efforts by the DA to drive a narrative of decreasing murders in areas where LEAP officers are deployed. This is incorrect.
Honourable Moran, please note your time has expired.
Yeah,
and I recognise.
If we are serious about fighting crime,
Honourable Moran, please take your seat.
Route is the way to go.
Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Just
note your bias
again. A few questions. We see murders happening every month. I want to know from the Minister, is there a drop in the murder rate, seeing that you want to drop the murder rate in half? It's sad what's happening in Delft. And despite the 97 LEAP officers, and it's despite the neighbourhood watchers, I want to know, the neighbourhood watchers, are they fully equipped? Because the neighbourhood watchers can help us. That's always what I say, can help us, because they're members of community and they know what's happening in community. But killings continue to make the headlines. Robberies continue to make the headlines. I'll never forget where the community set 5 men alight because they have no trust in the police. And this is a major problem when people take the law into their own hands because they don't have any faith. So I want to know, was there a reduction in the crime? Are even the neighbourhood watches fully resourced to help? Because there's a major problem, and it seems that, there's no difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. Honourable Klaas.
Thank you, Speaker. Since Delft has moved from number 5 to number 3 in the country when it comes to a high number of murder rates across all the 2023, 2022 and 2023 crime statistic reports combined, what has this department been doing in line with the safety plan? What were we doing? I'm not saying we don't know there is no safety plan. To curb or to eradicate the crime. That is the most important thing that we have to answer. This to curb or to eradicate crime. As per the minister, if LEAP is for the purpose of protection of Western Cape, why is it being abused by the Premier to deal with the Russian prosecuting who is not a threat to the Western Cape?
But the Premier is not in charge of the LEAP officers.
But he said so.
Honourable Klaas, speak to me. Order, members. Order, members. Thank you very much.
That is why we want him now to be clear and everyone know he's not in charge.
Okay, thank you, honourable members. I now see the Honourable Minister, Minister Allen.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I'm also grateful for the input. Sadly, some is extremely misplaced. Let me just state for the record, Speaker, we have seen, and if I'm going to request humbly if some of the members are able to listen, that we have seen violent crime and crime like murder across our country, Speaker, across our country increased by 26.1%. Murder increasing across our country on average by 26.1%. Here in the Western Cape, in 8 of the 13 stations where LEAP officers are, we are seeing reductions. We are seeing reductions in the murder rate. We are seeing reductions in the crime stats, and I would be more than happy. And we have been encouraging, Speaker, for members of this House to read, to go through the documents so that they can actually see the information. So we have seen, when it comes to Delft, I'm so glad that Member Klaas recently visited Delft. Delft is the area in Voorspoedstraat waar ek my vrou gekry het. So I've seen that we have still concerns. Ja, sy het in Voorspoedstraat gewoon. So we have seen, Speaker, that Delft had in the last quarter had an increase of 12%. An increase of 12%. It remains a concern for us. The Premier and myself has been very open in this regard. We have said we are stepping up and we have added these LEAP officers to work with the South African Police Service, work with all our safety stakeholders to see reductions. And for the record, our department plays a critical role in where and how our LEAP officers are operating. We have seen how we are being very clear. And I think this is also a misconception why LEAP is often attacked in this House. Maybe because they have arrested some members. But also another point is that many people in this House, Speaker, sadly do not read. The Western Cape Safety Plan and the LEAP officers, it's 75% of the funding is derived from the budget here in the Western Cape. Those officers...
Order, members.
Those officers belong to the residents. They belong to the residents where they are serving and they are working tirelessly in that regard. I'm also wanting to state we are consistently working with our neighborhood watchers. We train, capacitate and fund them, and we are requesting members of this House to always encourage other members of the community to also join the neighborhood watch, and that is what we will continue to do. We won't shy away from our responsibility in providing oversight. We have also spoken to the South African Police Service because I'm deeply concerned that the police to population ratio in the Delft area is way above the average in the province, where 711 members of our community is actually attributed 1 SAPS officers, but the provincial average is 525. But for Delft, it's 711. And those skewed allocations, we are wanting the South African Police Service to address, actually. So we're stepping up. I've said in this House, if SAPS is not going to improve, I'm going to see that as a failure on my part. Because we are wanting to see our oversight leading to better service delivery. That's why we are working with SAPS, wanting to influence them, wanting to take over SAPS so that we can even better manage the South African Police Service. We are always stepping up. And the Premier is the only Premier in the entire country.
Thank you, Minister. That brings us to the end of this interpellation. Please take your seat. Honourable members, that is the end of interpellation 3. Honourable Minister, is there a point of order?
It is a point of order.
What's your point of order, Minister?
I'd like to know if the Minister is available for the National Minister of Police.
Minister, that is not a point of order. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of interpellation 3 and the end of interpellations on the order paper. Before we move on to questions, on behalf of all the members, Minister, I would like to wish you a happy birthday and blessings for the year ahead. Honourable members, I deliberately waited until the Minister concluded his participation in the House today, so so that there's no bias. So the Minister is not on the rest of the order paper for today. Honourable members, we now move on to questions as per Rule 202. Honourable Chief Whip, I recognise you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, as per the oral question paper, questions 2 and 5 will stand over, and the affected members has been consulted. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, members, and thank you very much, Chief Whip. Members, we will now deal with questions as printed on the question paper. I would like to advise honourable members that once the Honourable Premier in the first question or the Minister has started the reply to the oral question as printed on the question paper, honourable members must use the chat facility for the sitting of the House to indicate that they want to ask a follow-up question or indicate in the chamber. There are 4 opportunities for follow-up questions, but the honourable member who has posed the initial oral question as printed on the question paper will have the first opportunity for a follow-up question. Thereafter, honourable members may then use the remaining opportunities to ask follow-up questions if they so wish. So with that being said, Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and to the Honourable Kasim, thank you very much for posing the question. Perfect question, I think. And so to put in context the question, we must understand that South Africa as a country is a signatory to the Rome Statute and also a founding member and the original member in Africa to the International Criminal Court. In actual fact, it was during Nelson Mandela's rule as president and his minister Dula Omar who led the charge on behalf of South Africa to make sure that we were part of an international criminal court to deal with atrocities that happen in our world based specifically on the lessons that we have had as a country during the apartheid years.
So, members.
Again, I thank the honourable member for this question. So
Honourable Premier, please take your seat. Honourable Dagmo, can I please, if you want to ask a follow-up question, Honourable Dagmo, there's a process. If you would like to ask the Premier a follow-up question, please indicate so and I will recognise you. But you can't ask your questions while the Premier is responding. And that is not interjections. Honourable Dagmo.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I was definitely not asking a question. That is in parliamentary parlance called an interjection.
Well, that wasn't interjection. That is directly communicating with the member. So that is not interjections. That's running commentary and it's affecting the member from delivering the answer. So if you would like to ask a question, please indicate so and I'll provide you an opportunity. Premier, you may continue.
Thank you very much. And so 1A, should Vladimir Putin be arrested in the Western Cape, he will be handed over to the South African Police Service, as South Africa remains a signatory to the Rome Statute and a member of the International Criminal Court. SAPS and the national government would be expected to fulfill their obligation. I'm going to say it again, fulfill their obligation as a warrant has been issued for Mr. Putin. B, Vladimir Putin will be held at a South African police station or a place of safety pending his extradition through Interpol. The Western Cape government would not have the mandate nor the jurisdiction to determine where Mr. Putin would be held. The South African Police Service would be mandated to secure Mr. Putin after his arrest. And 2, the law enforcement and advancement officers or LEAP officers in partnership with and in collaboration with the City of Cape Town and the Western Cape government. The Western Cape government is a co-funder of the LEAP program together with the City of Cape Town.
Want to play for the national team.
The Western Cape government has an agreement with the City of Cape Town, and as a partner, we are able to ensure LEAP is deployed to priority areas within the City of Cape Town. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. I will provide Honourable Kasim the first opportunity and then Honourable Kama and then Honourable Fry, and then Honourable Mvimbi, in that order. Honourable Kasim.
Speaker. Speaker, we know that Russia is not a member of the ICC, and any arrest warrant for a Russian national would need to be endorsed by the United Nations Security Council. However, Speaker, Russia being a permanent member of the Security Council has the power to veto any such endorsement, rendering the arrest warrant ineffective. And before I get to my question, Speaker, and just to add, according to the Rome Statute, which established the ICC, by the way, the ICC can issue arrest warrants for individuals charged with war crimes, genocide, and any other international crimes. However, if the individual being charged is from a country that is not party to the Rome Statute, the ICC must then seek approval from the UN Security Council before issuing an arrest warrant. So with this being said, Speaker, my question, is it not misleading for the Speaker to say and to give the impression to the public and to the House that he has the powers to arrest Putin when he clearly cannot? Please focus on arresting gangsters instead of people who are not on your level. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kasim. Honourable Minister Meyer, is that a point of order?
It is a pointed order.
Honourable members, there's a member on the floor.
It is a
That's the honourable,
speaker,
the honourable member. Honourable member.
No, the honourable speaker.
No. When you address the member, it's not she and he. It's the honourable member.
The honourable speaker to the honourable member. The honourable member has referred to the speaker who has these powers. It was factually incorrect. She, I think, meant the Premier. Can I just establish whether she did mention the speaker, whether she meant the Premier?
Honourable class, please take your seat. Honourable Minister, thank you for that. Honourable Kasim, did you in fact defer to the Speaker or to the Premier?
I'm referring to the Premier, who does not have the power to do that.
Thank you very much. That addresses that point. Honourable class, is that a point of order, or can we continue?
Yes, it's correct. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, and I would ask the Honourable Kasim to probably consult their legal advisors, because what she's just said now is incorrect. Number one, the ICC has issued a warrant of arrest for Vladimir Putin and the Children's Commissioner of Russia. Both of them have been issued. We also know, fact, that if he arrives in South Africa, that our country is under obligation to arrest him, and that was proven in our own constitutional court when we failed to arrest al-Bashir when he visited our country. It was taken to court and proven that we failed as a country. We were obliged to arrest him. So the fact is that this country is obliged to make sure that he is arrested. Obviously, our president is flip-flopping. He doesn't know whether he should or he shouldn't, and we saw that play out. So I wanted to make sure that there was absolute clarity to the world that in this province, we would make sure that that happened. Now, from a process point of view, no United Nations has to be consulted. What would happen in this country is that our courts would have to be approached for that warrant of arrest to be converted to a South African warrant of arrest. That's the process that has to happen. Our courts have already shown how it has to happen, and that will happen should Vladimir Putin come to this country, because I will make sure that we go through the process of forcing that application to our courts to turn the international court warrant into an active South African court warrant to arrest Vladimir Putin should he step foot in this province.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. Honourable Kama.
Thank you very much,
Honourable Kama.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yes, no, sorry. Thank you very much, Speaker. I think, Speaker, while I think now we can establish that the Premier is not giving us any law that perhaps mandates him to instruct any law enforcement officer to make an arrest, as he has explained now, even the process of going to the court And we know the court will then direct SAPS to make the arrest, because SAPS are the ones, if necessary, that we have to make any arrest. I want to check with the Premier, therefore, Speaker, is he not worried that these utterances that he is making are against the national government's actively non-aligned stance in the war of Russia and Ukraine, and trying to find solutions around that particular matter? Is the Premier not aware that he might be working against the national government, and is this perhaps one of his styles of just making pronouncements, knowing that he's not empowered to do anything like that, like how he would have promised the people of the Western Cape that by 2029 the LEAP officers would have reduced the murder rate by 50%. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kama. Honourable Premier, there was more than one follow-up question in that question, so I'm not going to adjudicate how you answer that, but just for the record, there was more than one question as a follow-up. Before you go, Premier, Honourable Klaas, is that a point of order?
No, I request to add my question.
Unfortunately, the 4 opportunities already been allocated, so there is not another opportunity. Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much. First of all, the Honourable Kama must understand that his point about the national government being not aligned or neutral on the Russia-Ukraine issue is definitely shown to be incorrect. And in actual fact, that was the core basis of a debate in this House today on how, number one, AGOA is put under threat. Number two, it is linked to the cost of living rising in this country and across the world. There are so many areas that the actions and the non-neutral stance of our national government in this case is so evident that it is hurting the poorest of the poor in South Africa. So absolutely, I disagree with the Honourable Kama. The second thing is, of course, where the national government fails, I will definitely step up. I swore an allegiance to our Constitution, an amazing document. And that allegiance to the Constitution means that I will step up when they fail specifically. And then the last point is the Honourable Kama must please go and read the regulations around peace officers and see what powers they have. That would be a very interesting read, I am sure. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. The next person is Honourable Fry, and then the last one is Honourable Mvimbi. Honourable Fry.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Maran and Honourable Premier, there's a member on the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My question to the Premier, Honourable Speaker, is should South Africa fail to fulfill the obligation once again, as we've seen in the Bashir case, and failure to arrest Putin on his arrival in this province, how would it affect the country's standing internationally, and what impact would it have on trade and foreign direct investment, especially in the Western Cape? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much. I think what's already playing out is the effect on our international brand. South Africa is being questioned at every angle. Yesterday, the Cabinet has had a presentation from the ambassador representing the European Union. It is a major issue for another big trading bloc of this region, the EU. I don't have to go further than to show the snubbing of President Ramaphosa and South Africa by Japan based on our position. So even before it gets to a point where we actually would be forced, because we are obliged, and it has been proven so, we would be forced to arrest Vladimir Putin should he step foot in South Africa. It is really interesting as to how the ANC are backtracking and still flip-flopping all over the place. The original position of the president flip-flopping all around, then a bit of clarity from us here in the province, then he suddenly changed his tune. And in actual fact, when I saw him on Friday, what did he do? He spent his time convincing me that what's going to happen now is he's flying to Ukraine and he's flying to Russia because he is now going to broker the peace. I really wonder if that is going to happen. And then the last point, Mr. Speaker.
Order, members. Premier.
So the president is now supposedly going to broker this peace deal between Russia and the Ukraine. But at the end of the day, the damage that is being done because of our non-neutral stance, ships in the night, aircraft landing in military airports, all sorts of clandestine operations with zero clarity behind it. 6 months later, we still don't know. And you know what the president is? He is the commander-in-chief in our country. One would have imagined that he would have known what was happening on the previous day before the ship entered the port. But if he didn't know, one would have imagined the telephone call the next day would have said, Minister of Defense, I'm really upset as to what's going on. You got 2 hours. I need everything, every bit of detail. 6 months later, he's now appointing a judge for an independent investigation. It is damaging the brand of South Africa. And that is the core problem that we have here. And of course, what happens? The interest rates go up. The rand-dollar exchange rate gets worse. South Africa's brand as a country, which we were at, if I think about where we were as a rainbow nation in 94, 9 years later, we're the laughing stock of the world. And it's because we cannot take stands on positions like this.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. And the last opportunity is Honourable Mvimbi.
I've withdrawn, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you have withdrawn, so I'm now going to provide Honourable Klaas that opportunity.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I am seriously concerned about this matter. This matter looks like not a serious matter, but end of the day you will see. This is the fight of countries. And when the countries fight, it's a huge different fight. There's no need us as South Africa to be one-sided. We must be reconciled. Because if we choose, you know that the law will take its course when something is done. Let me read here. Let me.
Order members, I'm listening.
Schedule number 4, Part A of South African Constitution makes it clear that when it comes to policing, Chapter 11 of Constitution applies so under Chapter 11, Section 205, makes it clear that national police must be functioning in all levels of government, include national, provincial, and local government. So since Chapter 11 in Section 206 makes it clear that provinces can only exercise oversight of the police, please tell this House which province or South African law gives your province the power of arrest, especially acting on warrants of arrest issued by International Criminal Court against it, which means this arrest is issued by International Criminal Court. So which supposed to base with the national. And then the national, let me continue and finish.
All right.
My question.
Honourable Klaas, I thought the previous sentence was the question, because you can only pose one follow-up question. So I'm going to listen carefully. Please conclude.
Okay. Through you, Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to ask the Premier Ellen Wade to apologize to people of this province and the country for misleading that he can arrest people on his own. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Premier, again, like the previous one, there was more than one follow-up question. I will do a ruling on follow-up questions in general at the next sitting, but I'm going to hand over to you to answer the question as you see fit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Honourable Klaas, thank you very much for that multi-faceted question. The first point on apology, no. The second point is I'd like that the Honourable Class refers to the Constitution and specifically Schedule 4. And I think we should start there to say a province, where we take Schedule 4, Part A of the South African Constitution, shares a concurrent power with the national government over trade as well as regional planning and development. So that's why this issue is so important to us, and that's why the whole AGOA debate was really important to us. And it's about our economy, it's about jobs, it's about economic freedom. Someone who should be fighting for economic freedom should be on this side, not that side. He says he's from the economic freedom fighters, but they are destroying jobs with their policies and ideas. That will never work. But when he comes to the position of arrest, I would ask, because the honourable member says, and readers are leaders, as we know, he quotes the Constitution, I would suggest that the honourable member goes and has a look at the powers of peace officers. And you will see that peace officers can exercise all of the arrests that police officers can exercise, even up to international people, foreign people in our country, they are able to arrest. And as you heard from the minister a bit earlier, that in actual fact, our peace officers have arrested in excess of 15,000 or exercised in excess of 15,000 arrests already. Through that peace officer regulation, and please go and read it, you will see exactly what gives the LEAP officers their full power to exercise arrests. But also, as I said to the Honourable Kasim, who asked the question originally, that the correct procedure is you have to empower those peace officers, in this case, with a warrant. And our courts have already determined that South Africa is obliged to arrest someone who is wanted. And then lastly, I want to say the most horrendous part of the ruling of the ICC is that it is against Vladimir Putin and the Children's Commissioner of Russia, not because of general war crimes. It is because of the abduction and removal of nearly 20,000 Ukrainian children. Nearly just short of 20,000 children have been abducted and removed from Russia, from the Ukraine, and put in with families in Russia. If ever there was a heinous crime, that is it. Absolutely, we cannot condone the abduction of children. How would you feel if you were stuck in the middle of the war and your children were being abducted as a leaver? You must definitely stand, and I'll tell you, I will absolutely do exactly the same. Get an ICC court ruling in Palestine, and I will do exactly.
Order, members. Premier,
very much, Mr.
Premier, is
Speaker.
that the end of your your answer, Honourable Side? Honourable members, that brings us to the end of question 1. Honourable members, can I just remind you that when you pose a follow-up question, that you do not need to introduce the follow-up question. You can go straight to the question. So with that being said, we now move on to question 2 and number 3 as printed on the question paper. Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Opportunities, Honourable Minister Wenger.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. The Western Cape Government acknowledges the immense importance and potential of the township economy in the Western Cape and in South Africa generally. The Department of Economic Development and Tourism has finalised the Growth for Jobs strategy, which is explicit in its approach that the informal and township economies are part of this all-of-government strategy, and the document takes cognizance of the rural and urban dimensions in its approach with a clear spatial lens. More specifically, the strategy makes clear that inclusion requires growth that is jobs-rich and includes a special dimension to growth which will require growth in the formal, informal, and township sectors. As I've informed the House recently, I'm advised that since 2019, the SMME Booster Fund included a category to support municipal infrastructure development, and which resulted in the establishment or support of informal and township trading places. To date, the following municipalities have been supported, resulting in the following markets developed or expanded to the benefit of the township sector. In Hesekwa, the Kwanakatula Business Hub allows the municipality to expand on a small-scale project to construct 4 business units in the hub to support light industrial types of businesses. In Bonguletu in Oudtshoorn, the Oudtshoorn Business Hive and Trading Area will house 5 traders in containerized units. In Langeberg, the Bonnievale Informal Trading Site and the Montague site will serve 22 existing and new traders. In Mossel Bay, the Maikale Business Hub and Wolverdance Market Site includes the establishment of 17 refurbished containers, which will house 23 local businesses. In Swellendam, SMME Trading Zones in the township of Smithsville in Barrydale houses containerized LED units and supports 6 businesses. In Lanesburg, the new business park is a trading facility that consists of 4 units to accommodate businesses in the retail sector. In Cape Agulhas, the O'Meal Street Trading Area, or Illicit Square, has 6 trading containers and hosts 6 businesses employing 8 people. In Witzenberg, the Squinflay SMME Business Hub in Ceres provides industrial and business space for traders through 10 customized containers. In Mossel Bay, the Kwakunaba Youth and Business Park has 19 trader units that actively trade. In Mossel Bay, the Dalmeda Trader Hub ensures that 15 local businesses and 3 day traders have attractive and affordable spaces to do business. The department, along with the municipalities, implement these municipal booster initiatives, along with CEDA, the Small Enterprise Development Agency, to provide business development support and training. Further, the partners engage in co-op departments like the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, and agencies such as CIFA, which is the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, to provide additional support to beneficiary businesses. And further advanced in 2023, there were 360,000 more jobs in the Western Cape. This is an increase of 15.7% year on year and is the highest percentage increase in employment in South Africa. According to the same publication, the unemployment rate in the province also decreased, both on the official and expanded definitions. The official unemployment rate in the Western Cape decreased from 25.2% in Q1 of 22 to 21.6% in Q1 of 2023. The expanded unemployment rate in the Western Cape also decreased from 29% in Q1 of 22 to 25.9% in Q1 of 2023. Overall, the expanded unemployment rate at the Western Cape at 25.9% is almost half the national unemployment rate, which is 42.4%. To answer the member's final part of the question, unemployment and specifically youth unemployment in South Africa is unacceptably high. Unemployment in this province continues to buck national trends because we take seriously our responsibility to create opportunities for employment. The link between quality education, skills development, and the prospects of being employed are undeniable, which is why our department has allocated 99.19 million rand towards our skills priority in the 23-24 financial year, with a strong focus on experiential learning initiatives. As an example, through our artisan development program, we are looking to create access to opportunities, which is particularly important for the stimulation of the township economy. Earlier this month, as part of the Western Cape's drive to create opportunities for youth employment, DDAT, together with 12 employers in the business process outsourcing sector, hosted a recruitment drive at the Athlone Stadium, specifically to bring employment opportunities closer to where young job seekers live. Unemployed youth between the ages of 18 and 34 with a grade 12 or equivalent qualification were interviewed by BPO operators, which then offered 1,000 of those interviewed in the BPO sector. The event is the first of 5 to be held in the 23-24 financial year, bringing the number of opportunities offered to 5,000 young unemployed people over the year. Successful candidates will receive a 12-month on-the-job learnership within a BPO company, including a monthly stipend. After completing the beneficiary will receive an accredited qualification equivalent to an NQF level 3. What is truly impressive is the track record of 80% of those who complete the program are transitioned into a formal job, giving them the opportunity to live a life they value, to support themselves and their families, which is why we will continue to partner with key stakeholders in the private sector so that we can help create many more opportunities for young people in this province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, are there any follow-up questions? No follow-up questions on the virtual platform, no follow-up question in the chamber. Thank you very much, Minister. That's the end of question number 6 on the order paper. We move on to question number 7. I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness, Dr. Minister Mbombo.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the question, Member Van Vogel, in relation to how to address the service pressures. I think before I go there, I just want to firstly just to paint the picture in terms of what is the current status quo around the pressures. These hospitals, actually across the countries, they were not built in the context of what we see right now in terms of the disease that we see. Yes, the quadruple burden of disease, which is the HIV/AIDS, maternal and child health related, the mental health, interpersonal violence, and all of those, they might have been there, but the way they are now, it's the whole lot of the contribution from the social determinants of health, which is the issue of the crime, which previously we didn't see as much compared to what we see now. The issue related to the, for example, now with the load shedding, and previously the boreholes that we have to install during the time when we're going towards the day zero for the water, and then there was a pandemic and all of those. Therefore, the health system of previously, which was focusing on the disease, where everything needs to be cured at the hospital, is completely different. Therefore, it meant that we have to firstly to de-hospitalize, which is we have to focus, we shouldn't be focusing on having a hospice-centric model, but also to look at the other ways on how we strengthen the health system. So a district hospital is just part of 3 other levels of hospital, but the bulk of the health services are happening outside the hospital, which is at the wellness hub, at the primary healthcare clinics. As we always say, that health is everybody's business, so that one can understand in regard to that. So when it comes to the service pressure, which is now, there are more because of the pandemic, and also with the mental health, that also has been accompanied with the pandemic and the all other challenges, inequality, poverty, and unemployment. We have to add an additional 71.5 million to the district hospitals in the metro and 55.5 million to the district hospitals outside the metro, in addition to strengthening all other facilities that are referring to these district hospitals. And the other part is to strengthen the other services. We used to call them intermediate care model, which is, but now we call it, at the time it used to be called step down or step up. For example, some of the patients used to be cared longer at a hospital, like for palliative care, but now they don't have to. They could be able to be going back to the intermediate care, like now with the Bracken Gate, where we have introduced it, so that they could be care outside. Previously, we were using also by NPOs that used to care, like when you have got cancer, and then we give them, like, you refer them to the hospice or other NPOs. Now we have to take those, our design under the circumstances of the resources. And then lastly, you might, and also some of the hospital, like the Kylie, although it's a district hospital, but it also runs in between, like a regional and also plus a district hospital. What does it mean? It's about that you end up having specialized level 2 instead of being at the level 1. And then lastly, the other question is about how do we fund, what formula? Not much of the formula, but we have got what we call the approve post list, where annually you will be able to determine that for a level 1 in this kind of an area, because the hospitals are different. For example, Victoria Hospital is a district hospital at level 1, but it doesn't necessarily cater for only one suburb. Westphalia, like Khayelitsha, it caters for the more or less the same, like the Atlantis. So we have to determine in terms of what package that is there. Westphalia is a district hospital, but doesn't provide the same package as the Khayelitsha. What package is that you are offering there? And then each and every package is determined by what health professionals, the categories, whether it's a level 12 or it's a level 10, and what specialization that is there. Making an example, if it's open that Khayelitsha has got the APL approved post list of, let's say, 4 medical officers, 3 specialists, or and it's so open that there's 4 maybe nurses probably will resign and so forth. They don't have to wait in terms of being vetted at the higher level because it's part of their APL. They can be able to fill those 4 posts themselves, or they can change. They say that, okay, we have lost 1 cardiology specialist. Do we still need a cardiologist? They could be able to say, anyway, we are motivating that instead of appointing cardiologists, actually we can appoint about 8 generalist nurses instead of that. So it's already there. And noting also the delegations, like central hospitals, for example, they don't even have to do the motivation. They can appoint staff up to level 11, similar with the budgets that they can be able to run, so that the issue of the subsidiarity is being taken care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Van Vogel, do you have a follow-up question? I'll provide you the first opportunity. Members, can you please give me an indication if there's any other members? Honourable Van Vogel, over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Through you, Speaker, to the Minister, with regards to the intermediate care facility in the province, strategy that we have welcomed. We want to know when can we expect such facility to cater for hospitals like Khayelitsha and Mitchell's Plain, district hospitals, and why were they not included in the current ones being rolled out? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you. An intermediate care, patients don't go directly there. It's about decanting and reducing pressures on the existing hospitals, like the one that Brackengate, which was a 330 hospital during the COVID, which is now is an intermediate care, which is going to be 128 beds. But for now, we're still doing it. I think it's about 60 that are there as the being phased. Actually, for now, it's catering for mostly the Metro East. It's a Mitchell's Plain, it's a Khayelitsha, it's a Eerste Rivier, it's the Helderberg. They need to be assessed by the clinicians there that now they are ready or they qualify, they meet the requirements to go to intermediate care. The intermediate care includes units, palliative care, which is mostly the cancer patients, who the clinicians there or specialists might have seen that this one doesn't need a specialization or acute level. Needs interdisciplinary, even for those for the rehabilitative, like we've been involved in accidents, you still need to walk, but you are not ready to go home, but you'll need a physiotherapy, occupational therapist, and all of those, and then they are part of those. And then also for the chronics, there are people who have got diabetes, where you'll find that it is up to where there are complications or any other chronics, where you'll find that they still need to be taken care of in terms of the diet and everything. So they will have been seen in these district hospitals, and then they are being referred to intermediate care. So there is no direct entry. So the Brackengate, its service is mostly the Metro East. Similar with the Sonstral, also is also part of that, needs to be converted also to be part of the intermediate care, not only for the wide length, but also by the low part of the viscous. Also the Haricome in George, but noting there are also some of the NPOs who are attached to the hospital, like in Neisner, There's a house there at the top, in the yard, which also offers intermediate care, but specifically for the patients. So patients don't go being referred down for the continuation, the ambulatory for them to recuperate and also to do others.
Thank you very much, Honourable Pretorius. And then I see Honourable Van Vogel. Was there an indication for another follow-up?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I recently spoke in the NCOP to discuss National Treasury's budget for healthcare in South Africa, which will see. Is this my
Honourable Pretorius off? Is it on again? Please, if you may, can you please use the microphone next to you?
Through you, Speaker. Thank you, Member Murray. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I recently spoke in the NCOP to discuss National Treasury's budget for healthcare in South Africa, which will see the Minister's Department suffer several cuts to several key conditional grants. How will the decrease in funds allocated by National Treasury affect the department's ability to render services to the people of the Western Cape? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question. In the beginning of the year, when I delivered the budget speech, I did mention the 1.5 billion shortage because of the decrease in equitable share and also a decrease in conditional grants. So a 1.5 billion cut where actually doesn't even consider the inflation. When the price of medicine and everything has been affected, as you know, with the war, huge impact on the supply chain and procurement forth. Luckily, the Provincial Treasury tried to save us by giving us 1.485 billion. Still, there is a shortage because the conditional grants also were not taken care of. So that meant that we need to focus and implement this service redesign, which is where I just alluded to about no need to have patients to stay longer unnecessary at the acute hospitals. For those that needs to go for rehabilitation or intermediate care, they need to be referred, and also to have the wellness hub, anyway, what Department of Health and Wellness, and also to take services everywhere. If it's about creating awareness or providing screening and testing at the taxi rank or at the churches, that also needs to continue, and also to ensure that in the communities where it's even take longer for the ambulance to come, to train more IFA, which is the emergency first aid responder. So it impacted on us. Now, it also, in addition to that, because we had a COVID-related budget then until 31st of March, it meant that for those staff that were appointed using that money, their contract ended. We couldn't be able to extend some of them. There are about 6,000 and plus of the contract staff, which is, we managed to retain some, but about 600 plus that now we couldn't be able to retain. Whilst we're waiting for that, now, boom, the issue of the wage bill, where the Department of Public Service Administration made an agreement with the unions for the 7.5 increase. We are not arguing that public servants don't deserve an increase, but the argument is about, at this stage, there is no money that has come from the Treasury. And when we calculate that money that now based on this, for this 7.5, it equates to about 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion means that it equates to about 2,262 posts that we may ended up having to freeze if we don't get the money. So that's why we're, as a sector, because it doesn't only affect us, the Western Cape provinces, as a sector, as a provinces, we are saying to National Treasury, if you do not follow with the money, bring the money, follow with the promises that the DPSA has made, it means that we won't be able to continue to appoint anyone. Lastly, Speaker, through you, the issue of the load sharing, there's no new money that is coming anywhere. It means that we have to take the money that is meant for the services and also to buy the generators, because not all our hospitals have been exempted. It's only about 5 in the metro, which is now we have added others, and then 1 in George. So the whole of issue impacts on health. So for the first time, Speaker, we used to speak about the fiscal cliff that is coming. We are actually in the fiscal cliff. I don't know how the health sector is going to survive if we don't get that money from the Treasury in regard to the wage bill. So in essence, it's about our staff salaries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Van Vogel.
Thank you, Speaker. Taking into account what the Minister just explained, there's infinite number of beds at those hospitals mostly affected, patients sleeping on floors and in benches for days before they receive help. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I think I've already answered this question that there is no new money. The budget has been decreased, but Oksala, we have to dial whatever we must, because we are we operate 7 days a week, 24 hours, 365 days, and we are the space where people come, irrespective that we may be full or we are full, but it's about they need us at their lowest moment. We are the only sector that doesn't have a policy that says we are full. We can't. Even if they are on top of each other, you have to take them, no matter what. So you'll always have a situation, especially in the EC, where like a policy on mental health that people now no longer, because that one was old, where people, if a person is misbehaving, you suspect whether there's a mental illness, you just take to the police station. It's no longer the case. People must also go to the EC. And that EC, when you go, you find that there are patients on top of each other and so forth. It's because there are those who have got there for 72 hours assessment for the mental illness. So when they come violent or they will be brought violent, you'll give a sedation. And when you sedate a person, you cannot sedate a person and then you leave the person on the board, on the bed, especially in the EC, because in the EC, there are those coming with the ambulance, red patients coming in, others fitting, children who bend, and everyone. Therefore, in some instances, when you see the patient on the floor, it's not about there is no bed or it's about that there is a poor care. It's about for the sake of the patient, because some of those patients, you cannot even tie them. It's not, you can't. So in some instances, it's about that. It's preferable to be put there temporarily whilst the person is heavily sedated. And then the other thing, when I was mentioning about the intermediate care, it also actually helped us to reduce some of the pressures, because I mentioned that in the Metro East, the Kailicha, the Mitchells Plain, the Helderberg, the still refill. Now that we have got 128-bed intermediate care, it means that now those people, especially the chronic ones, who would have been staying there, not necessarily that they need an acute care or everyday specialist, but they need a holistic approach, physio and everything, and also being taken care of. Now they could be able to be discharged to the intermediate care to continue the care, and then that bed, at least now, will be available for the others. And then lastly, we urge people to start at the primary health care level instead of firstly jumping to the district. But we do understand, especially in non-metro, some of the facilities, they close. They don't have 24-hour except the hospital. So you can understand on the issues where you'll find that people end up going to the hospital. But generally, there are other hubs, as I mentioned, where people say, and wellness. So you mustn't only assess a health system based only on the hospital. Hospital is where people are sick, but for us, we are the Department of Health and Wellness. We want people to be healthy. There are many things that are happening elsewhere. School health is happening at the schools. As I mentioned, with the taxis, where we bring the services at the taxi rank. Wellness hub Some of the Thursdays, omama bangolwesine, women's mañanos for their chronic medication, we do distribute them instead of them queuing there in all of those kind of areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, are there any further last opportunity for follow-ups? I see the Honourable Maseko.
Thank you very much. Speaker, I just want to find out, Minister, talking about the budget cuts that you have been facing from the Department of Health. And we need to applaud you for really darling what you must in trying to make sure that our communities, they receive the services. Is there a policy that really empowers you to make sure, because we as we interact with our constituencies, we have heard how we get some provinces, chronic patients that are coming to the province to get their medication. Do you have a policy where it can empower you to make sure that you claim the funds for, because the allocation are in different provinces, for those for those patients that are coming to get their chronic, as their provinces, they fail dismally to give those chronic patients their medication?
Thank you, Honourable Maseko. Honourable members, Honourable Minister.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, it's a good question, because the health system is complex, and we are one health system with the provinces and also with the national. Making an example, Mpumalanga doesn't have a central hospital. Limpopo doesn't have a central hospital. I'm thinking of those that are referring to Gauteng. Therefore, their patients, they go to Gauteng, but they are getting allocation of the central hospital grant. Central hospital is a Tigerberg and Grooteskiel, which is level 3. They don't have level 3, but they refer to Gauteng and they're getting the grant. And the money follows. They get invoice. It is there. It's there, part of their policy. The Gauteng invoice them and they pay Gauteng. Similar, excuse me, similar with the, I think Free State. Free State is used to have, I don't know what happened with the Pilonomy and all of those. In the Western Cape, there is no such. Irrespective, there's a difference when someone just comes in, like myself, coming to Western Cape and then go to the hospital because I moved. You can move anywhere. We're South Africans. But I'm talking about doctors who go even to the Cecilia Makiwane and see patients, going to Mkanduli, see patients, and even sending a helicopter for these patients to come here, whether to Red Cross, wherever. There's no money that follows. No money that follows. And then when we make an argument, it's about Western Cape, you have been privileged, something like that, noting, whilst Western Cape has been privileged, yet now we've got a decrease in budget, noting that the disease profile in the Western Cape, we've got high interpersonal violence, hence our ECs are full because of the gangsterism and so forth. And also we are the third populace. But you'll find that when it comes to the budgeting, we don't get extra. So when they add one population, one person for the Western Cape, and then we give you 200 rand per person for population. Remember, for us, that person is not coming for the cough in Grooteskiel, is coming for 50 gunshots, which cost us more. So there is no money that follows, but we still render the services. We have got doctors who go a fully fledged pediatric cardiologist, oncologist, going to, luckily I'm from the Eastern Cape. Most of the time I also accompany them when I'm there. When they're here, they are there, and then I go there. They go there and follow the patients because they are worried for this throughout. And also remember in Gauteng, for example, they even charge foreign nationals through their ambassadors. But for us, we can't do that. We have to service everyone. That's a reality.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of questions for oral reply. We now come to questions to the Premier without notice.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Just for, and welcome to the Honourable de Villiers. Just for those people who have forgotten, remember that there are 2 follow-up questions by the member posing the question, which relates to the original question or reply. I recognise the Honourable Vimby.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
You may proceed.
The Employment Equity Act was enacted in 1998 as a form of...
At our annual reports, because that has exactly those details. I don't want to just thumbsuck a number here, but referring to the Act and the implications of the Act itself and what it is aiming to do. I think 29 years into our democracy, 29 years into ANC rule, the one big failure of, I think, the majority of citizens.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Vimby,
Yes.
1 minute. Honourable Vimby, 1 minute. Can I just finish? Honourable Vimby, 1 minute. Can I just finish? You have to allow the Premier to answer, and then you have an opportunity again for a follow-up. So please just listen to what he says, let him finish, and then I give you a second opportunity.
I hear you, I'm raising on the point of order. Point of order. See, I can hear he's refusing to deal with the percentage. That's the question I've asked. I know about the Employment Equity Act. That's why I quoted it. But so he's clear on that he's not going to answer because he doesn't know. So I'd like to move on to the next question.
Honourable Vimby, that's not a point of order. The Premier has the right to respond in the way he chooses. So I'm going to allow him to finish the response, and then you may proceed after that. You may rise.
Thank you very much. And I really want to thank the Honourable Mvimbi for this question. I think it's an outstanding question to ask, and I've told him exactly where to get the percentage. But in line with the question that he's asked, I'm not answering anything different. I'm answering the question on employment equity. And I want to say that I think probably, the ANC have got some massive failures in South Africa. In our brand in the world and how we're seen by the world. Listen, let's not even get to talking about 8 out of every 10 learners in South Africa can't even read with meaning. 29 years. Dire straits, the highest youth unemployment rate in the world, quotas in place. That doesn't work. They want to take people's opportunities away. They want to give you racial bean counting numbers, and it has shown that it doesn't work. And quite frankly, the latest amendment now and the latest regulations that are out for comment, the consequences are going to be that more and more businesses are not going to want to grow. They are choosing and they are putting in Group Areas Act, a piece of legislation. They have not learnt from the pain of apartheid, and they're doing exactly the same thing to the citizens of this country. It is totally unacceptable. It has totally failed. And this piece of regulation, all that it does is it makes politicians in the ANC more wealthy, and the few chosen friends and family turns the box, and then everyone else is left in poverty and unemployment. It does not work, Mr. Mvimbi.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mvimbi, would you like a follow-up question?
Deputy Speaker, as I've said, that because the Premier refused, just for his information, that coloured people only hold about 14.9% of top management posts in the West Cape. And then also, the white hold 73% of top management posts in the Western Cape. Now, I just want to find out whether does the Premier find anything wrong with this situation? If it does, what is his solution to the problem?
Over to you, Premier.
Thank you very much. Once again, I want to say to the Honourable Mvimbi that bean counting does not work. It has It has the highest youth unemployment rate in the world. The policies of the ANC do not work. We need to recognize people for their worth and what they add to the system. That's what we need to be. We need to be based on merit and nothing else.
Thank you very much. Honourable Wimby, that's your last follow-up. Okay.
Can you hear me,
Honourable
Honourable?
Wimby? I can hear you now.
Yes. Okay. Honourable Deputy Speaker, since 2009, up to 2009, the top management in the Western Cape Provincial Government consisted of almost 70% from this. Since the Democratic Alliance has taken over, since then, that situation has been regressed to almost less than 50% of the representation of the colored people in the Western Cape. Does the Premier still does not find anything wrong with that? What is he going to do to rescue the situation?
Over to you, Premier.
Thank you very much. I promise you, I make sure that we appoint people on merit, number one. Number two, that we recognize that we have to have redress. And go and have a look at, since I've become the Premier, who was the DG when I was the Premier and who's the new DG? Who was the head of health and who's the new head of health? Who was the head of education and who's the new head of education? So I'm sorry, Mr. Wimby, I really am sorry. We need to make sure that in this country we move forward and we actually focus on people who are unemployed instead of bean counting and shifting around people who have got jobs. And quite frankly, the latest piece of regulation that the ANC have brought to for comment in South Africa is going to be so destructive in so many provinces in this country. And in actual fact, he's talking about a certain race component within our province. It is going to destroy so many jobs. He cannot see that it is totally counterproductive, and we need to make sure that we change the policies in South Africa, radically jobs and not radically destroy jobs, the brand of our country, and reduce us to a country that is the laughingstock of the world, a country where in actual fact people cannot get jobs because of failed ANC policy. Their policy does one thing, and one thing alone, is it makes ANC politicians super wealthy and ANC connected friends and family super wealthy, and does nothing for the rest of society in South Africa.
Thank you very much, Premier. I now call on Honourable Clayton.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Honourable Premier, in your opinion, what factors have contributed to the rapid rise in the cost of living in the Western Cape and South Africa?
Thank you very much, Honourable Plato, for that question. I think one of those we debated quite long and hard today in this very Parliament. The consequences of national government, once again, their behaviour in the global context of policy. I mean, in front of me here, I didn't get to use it in one of those questions, but is the resolution of the 118th Congress first session. It's a resolution 145 of the House of House of Representatives in the USA, representing 3 members from New Jersey and 3 members from California. And I mean, it's a long, basically talks about AGOA, but it goes further on to say that in actual fact, they're asking the president not only to investigate AGOA and whether America should still be honoring AGOA when South Africa is concerned, because it focuses directly on South Africa. The second thing is it even talks about including gas to power initiatives to counter the widespread national blackouts, and that they should rethink that opportunity. It looks at proceeds linking to wildlife trafficking. It really is a horrendous resolution passed in a House that really raises a lot of questions about us as a country. I think that's one place that definitely has an impact on our inflation rate, on the poorest of the poor. Quite frankly, while we've been sitting here in Parliament, we've just had another 50 basis point change in our interest rate. We were having a discussion with Treasury yesterday on the implications, and if one of these members happened to have been a homeowner, building some wealth, getting some asset behind their name, and they'd taken out a bond, and that bond 2 years ago, they'd taken out a bond of 2 million rand to buy themselves a home and build some wealth. And quite frankly, today, what would have been their bond payment would have increased by 6,200 rand, 6,200 rand, and he says we need a state bank, which would exactly take us even further in the opposite direction. It would, and he's been 29 years, he's had an opportunity to put a state bank in place, and he just failed at that as well.
The Premier is very angry today.
The question was around the cost of living. You know, I was Minister of Agriculture was talking, and luckily I got a piece of paper from him talking about the prices that are affecting our citizens at the moment and inflation rate. So I spoke about the impact on a bond, but let's look at the basic food prices and what is really impacting citizens in this country because of really shocking policy positions of the ANC. So maize prices now in the April 22 to April 23 has risen by 34.6%. 34.6%, a staple diet. Sam, 29.8%. Flour, 29.9%. Meat, 9.5%. Onions, 52.8%. Carrots, 29. I mean, these are all not just double digits, but over 25% increases. Cheese, 14%, milk, 19%, and so it goes on. Washing powder, 25%, fuel, 24.8%, electricity, 18.6% when it is there, mostly not there. All of these things have massive, massive consequences to the poverty line and to every single citizen in this country. And guess what? 99% of it is brought to you courtesy of the ANC.
Thank you very much. Honourable Plato, any follow-ups?
One follow-up in line with poorest of the poor.
Winners going into the future, and it costs many millions, but I think it is critical that those learners, 500,000, it's actually just over 500. Right, we again spoke about another gap, and it really a better position than any other province. Of course, the big gap is between that 1,000-day ending, and I think we've got to do a bit more work there in making sure that we are playing catch up in the gap. 25.6%, starting off at the COVID-19 time because of this disaster, and still following through. They still keep on doing it. It's those kind of spaces that we climb in. But I do want to say that I think there's still a big problem facing us because of the sharp rising prices. And I think one of those areas that, we support 2,000 NGOs, but I can see it more and more, and through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, more and more difficult to raise the money that they need to raise in the economic environment that we find ourselves. So those businesses that were having money to spend on CSI and on funding NGOs and putting money into alleviate mass poverty, difficult position as a country, we might feel we could be a bit better off in this province, but it really does worry me. And I think it's the unemployed. We've got to find ways, and we've got to get growth for jobs going, because it's through growth for jobs that we find opportunities. We've got to expand our markets to the world, our opportunity of attracting more and more foreign direct investment. We've got to grow the economy at all costs, because there are so many people that are so desperate and really need us to do that. But again, I think that this sorry state, again, brought to you courtesy of the ANC, that have a year there on notice.
To the Premier. That concludes the questions. We now move over, honourable members, to statements in terms of Rule 145. I now recognise the Democratic Science.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, addressing land, the competent government that can plan and budget effectively. The DA wholeheartedly supports land reform, but it should be pursued with fair compensation. We firmly believe that there is no necessity to amend Section 25 of the Constitution, as it already provides a framework for land reform and restitution. The slow pace of the reform can be attributed to the ANC government's incompetence, corruption, and insufficient budget allocation. Remarkably, the ANC national government currently owns as much as 5 million hectares of land. That's bigger than 90 other countries, yet they insist that expropriation without compensation is the only solution to the land issue. They have set a target of redistributing 30% of land to Black people by 2030, while currently only 4% of land is owned by Black individuals. The ANC will not fulfill its land redistribution targets. Instead, they are more focused on political games, indulging in luxuries with their comrades and deceiving the electorate. The land reform, but we strongly oppose unconstitutional expropriation bill.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise the ANC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, 1 minute, Honourable Dugmore. Honourable Clark, is it a point of order? Okay, you'll get your chance under the list. Thank you. Over to you, Honourable Dugmore.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, the DA Mayor of Hessequa, Councillor Grant Riddles, while speaking to housing beneficiaries in their own house in Melkotefontein near Stilbaai, said the following. This transcript is taken from the SAPS complaint that has been laid against him. Line 19, jy moet in die verklaring lieg. Line 85, dan moet jy lieg op die verklaring. Yeah. A complaint has been laid with SAPS MAS 35/4/2023, and the Hawks are investigating. At the council meeting yesterday, it was unanimously resolved to refer the mayor to a disciplinary committee within 30 days. It has emerged that even council workers who do not qualify for housing subsidies were allegedly urged by Mayor Riddles to lie about their income. This is on tape. It's recorded. Yes, Speaker, the DA Mayor of Hessequa did this. The audio recording proves this beyond doubt. MEC Simmers is also the DA leader in this house. Hy's nie hier vandag nie, hy het weggehardloop. Why has the DA leader not suspended Grant Riddles? In Swellendam, the DA expelled Deputy Mayor Pokwas, who had never committed any corrupt act. Honourable Speaker, this, as serious as it seems, is just the tip of the iceberg in Hessequa. It is alleged that the contractor Asla rented a site from the mayor himself to store equipment in Stilbaai. So they paid the mayor. And that is why we are going to Public Protector Cocter, and we call on MEC Simmers to expel this mayor with...
EFF statement, corruption, maladministration taking place under collaboration school pilot program. EFF would like to take opportunity to condemn the Western Cape Education Department regarding corruption, maladministration, enslaving of teachers, and infringement of learners' right to the education using the so-called collaboration school pilot program. Under this collaboration school program, public schools are partnered with corrupt non-profit organizations which continue.
Order. Speak to me, Honourable Class. I'm listening.
Under the collaboration school program, public schools are partnered with corrupt non-profit organizations which continue to siphon public money, Department of the Year kickbacks to members of the department. High school is one of the schools in the province placed on the corrupt pilot project. Complaint are that teachers are not adequately paid as they do not receive their salaries from the department, but from the school in collaboration with this corrupt non-profit organization. Temba High School do not last for long due to the non-payment, and as a result, there is a constant shortage of teachers, resulting in the learners not receiving proper education. As we speak, the school...
Thank you. Finish off. Last sentence.
Last sentence. Okay, let us... EFF calls on Western Cape Education Department to scrap this pilot project, incorporate teachers into PESAL system, and make sure that schools that are currently under this pilot project receive adequate number of teachers and resources.
Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The recent Employment Equity Act regulations gazetted by the ANC national government last week is an affront to the South African and a slight against the values of non-racialism, which the ANC themselves purport to espouse. These regulations seek to introduce numerical racial targets across all industries and regions in South Africa, and smacks of yet another sinister attempt by the ANC national government to expand its control over the South African economy and private sector. These regulations do not seek to foster any real transformation or representation, as it is evident in the incoherent and clumsy nature of its formulation. Deputy Speaker, instead the regulations will effectively ban the employment of certain groups of South Africans in certain province sectors of the economy, drive an estimated 600,000 South Africans into potential unemployment, lead to mass brain drain, and trigger further disinvestment in a country already ravaged by a 42.6% expanded unemployment rate. Deputy Speaker, the ANC national government has failed so dismally in promoting it. That is how now stooped to reinforcing racial categories of the past as an electoral ploy and completely disregarding the far-reaching implications.
This March, and I'm asking the Minister to please investigate a letter on his way to his office to investigate what happened yesterday. I thank you.
Explained by the Human to give the housing development agency the responsibility to provide basic services to community in the Cape and informal settlements. This is a move that will bring back dignity for the poor, as they will no longer leave themselves in plastic bags or be forced to share a single ablution facility with 15 other families. It is when it becomes clear to the Minister that addressing these challenges that she made the decision for the HOD to take over the responsibility. Minister Kubai was for this reason that we think the A responsibility should be for the entire province. We concur with the Minister's remarks. Indeed, there is no time for excuses whilst our people are suffering. We are happy that Minister Kubai was able to dispel the myth of fiscal dumping that was being spread by the Dishonest Alliance to hide its failure to spend 111 million railway line relocations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Tuesday, I chaired a meeting of the Standing Committee on Social Development. We saw representatives of SASSA's Western Cape operation briefed us on their progress in rectifying long-standing issues surrounding grant distributions. This included a plan for dealing with the imminent liquidation of the South African Post Office, which many of our older residents still use to access their grants. Speaker, I am pleased to report that some progress has been made in this regard, and it was clear that the staff of the Western Cape of SASSA have worked hard to find these solutions. But what was also clear was the fact that these people who truly care about improving the experiences of our people are constantly hampered by a total lack of leadership from the organization at the national level. From January to March this year, and operates under the management of senior staff who are expected to fill temporary positions for months and years on end. We understand procedure has failed to implement them. As always under the ANC, those on the ground have been left high and dry by those who are supposed to be leading them. Under these persist in the Western Cape. Minister Zulu must enter the department to the occasion and fix this vital part of our social.
No, I'm going to move over to Al-Jamar.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Western Cape remains a matter of serious concern. It is not decreasing but getting worse. The need for immediate intervention is superficial and ineffective. There is no consideration for alternative and to implement the best methods to eradicate crime. This DA-led province with the city of Cape Town lacks the political will to deal with crime, gangsterism and drug peddling. The 2022 third quarter police data shows that leading in terms of illegal possession of firearms and ammunition followed by Delft. Driving under the influence of alcohol and drug increased to 83.6%. Communities are suffering and have lost trust in the police. The community of Tafelse called on the people against gangster laws, a Nyla and water cannon to prevent from embarking on an anti-crime motorcade. Honourable Speaker, the point I want to raise is that the police know who the gangsters and drug peddlers are and where they live, but fail to act. One of several grievances the community has is the police absent when the gangsters are shooting and threatening the lives of innocent people. But several police, law enforcement and police vehicles not only become visible when Pagat arrive to help the communities, but also at events organized by the Jewish communities. Is this province protecting gangsters, drug dealers, criminals, and people intend to establish a Zionist lager in the Western Cape? I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the commitment made by the Department of Home Affairs that the legislation and public participation needed for the implementation of remote working visas will be completed by June. While this has taken much longer than necessary, it seems that we will finally see this visa brought to life. This visa will be a game changer for the Western Cape, which already has significant entertainment and tourism industry in place. This is because remote workers will spend their earnings here they are employed. Remote workers will contribute to our economy and create jobs by spending their foreign earnings in our shops, in our businesses, and accommodation, bolstering the local economy and again creating jobs. Our beautiful province is already an international tourist hotspot, and it is well past time that we open up to the 35 million digital nomads worldwide. We are in a prime position to take advantage of this new trend in remote working because who wouldn't want to live and work picturesque seaside towns along our coastline? To get a close eye accountable should they, once the legislation is implemented,
I'm making statements in 145.6. I now give one or more members of the executive and minutes collectively. Are there any ministers who would like to respond? Minister Mania, over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The honourable member is quite wrong about collaboration schools. Apex High School, in fact, provide a model which provides excellent education, particularly for poor communities in our province. And I can assure him that I have absolutely no intention of scrapping the model. In fact, I have every intention of expanding the model, because the difference between that honourable member and myself is my mission is to provide better education for poor communities rather than to oppose better education like this member to education for in the Western Cape. I would advise the honourable member to decide where he stands. Is he for better education in poor communities, in which case he should support collaboration schools, or does he oppose collaboration schools that provide excellent education for poor children in our province? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Are there any further ministers who would like to respond? No? The Minister may continue. You've still got 3 minutes 35.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy
1
Speaker.
minute. 1 minute, Minister Mania. I see the Honourable Minister Mackenzie would just like to respond. Minister Mackenzie, over to you. My apologies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. 111 million rand on the 31st of March, probably at 11 o'clock, should be criminally charged and deserve to be in jail for wasting taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Minister Mania.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me also say that I look forward to receiving the Honourable Member's letter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, the Honourable Class cannot respond. No, it is the prerogative under Rule 145(6) for the ministers only. You may respond afterwards to the Minister directly. Thank you very much, Honourable Class. That brings us to the end of members' statements. We now move over to notices of motion in terms of Rule 151. All notices of motion by members are required to be delivered to the Secretary for placing it on the order paper, and these motions have been duly submitted and published on the order paper below. Motions with in terms of Standing Rule 150 pertaining to motions without notice, condolence, authority prior to this plenary on the 23rd of May 2023. Members are also reminded that motions without notice pertaining to congratulatory and condolence will not be allowed in the sitting that have not been processed by the Programming Authority. I've been informed that in the Programming Authority meeting of the 23rd of May 2023, political parties did submit the names of the honourable members in the desired order of speaking and those who had wished to move a motion without notice in this sitting of the House. I will therefore, just for noting and for purposes of minutes, call out the honourable members whose names have accordingly been submitted and approved. The following member motions have been approved by the Programming Authority. Honourable Christians, Honourable Bosman, Honourable van der Westhuizen, Honourable Dugmore, Honourable Windvogel, Honourable Baku Force, Honourable Nkondlo, Honourable Sayed, Honourable Kama, and Honourable Vimbi. I now put the motions duly submitted and approved by the Programming Authority to the House. Include motions without notice that were not approved of in the Programming Authority meeting. Members are reminded that 30 minutes as per the standing rule will begin now. I'll now recognise Honourable Bosman.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that this House notes with deep sadness the death of LEAP officer Sipelo Mankwa, who was murdered along with his brother and one other person in Crossroads on the 18th of May. It is utterly heartbreaking to note that Mr. Mankwa, who had dedicated himself to the safety and security of his fellow citizens, passed on in such sudden and brutal circumstances, and at such a horrifically young age. The House should mourn his loss as well as that of the other two victims of this murder, and should further join calls for SAPS to urgently apprehend the perpetrators of this egregious crime and punish them to the fullest extent of the law. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable Pretorius.
Thank you, Speaker. Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that the House notes the death of academic and former politician Dr. Dennis Worrell, who served as ambassador to Australia and the United States. Suffering a crisis of confidence amid his growing consciousness of the political system he had served, Worrell resigned his ambassadorship in 1986 in order to return to South Africa and oppose apartheid. After 1994, he embarked on a glittering business and academic career, which included such achievements as acting as the vice chairperson of the International Bank of Southern Africa. The House should recognize that his loss will be felt by innumerable students, colleagues, and admirers of Dr. Worrell. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion be moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable Bartman.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that this House notes that Bullhouwer Farm in Maikesfontein Town in Laingsburg Municipality currently produces between 10 and 25 truckloads of bottled water per week, season dependent, under the name Maikesfontein Water. They employ 19 people and have plans to extend their business with another plant, bringing the total number of water plants to 3. Further notes that this Maikesfontein water is currently being distributed for sale at all engine garages across the Western Cape province. Recognizes that in order for Bullhouwer Farm to grow, despite them having faced many challenges and giving spike in demand, that they require the installation of an additional Eskom electricity connection. Further recognizes that in anticipation and preparation of the Eskom installation of additional electricity connection, they've already spent approximately 170,000 rand to purchase cables for this purpose. Given that they are now waiting for months for this installation, and the spirit of stimulating economic growth and opportunities, that the House calls upon Eskom to urgently expedite the process of installation of the additional electricity connection for Bullhouwer Farm. And this House welcomes Bullhouwer Farm's commitment to economic opportunities in the Karoo. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion be moved without notice? No objection. Agreed to. Honourable Kaiser-Verlander.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House sends well wishes to Ms. Magdi de Kock following her re-election as President of the Associated Countrywomen of the World in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, on the 23rd of May 2023. The Associated Countrywomen of the World was founded in 1929. The rural women organizations across the globe in order to collaborate and find solutions to the unique challenges they face as a result of the isolation of their communities, discrimination against women, and their limited access to political processes. Rural women in the world experience hardships from poverty, underdevelopment, gender-based violence, discrimination in the workplaces, political underrepresentation, multiple health issues, food insecurity, and general neglect. We are proud of the work that the Association of Countrywomen is doing worldwide.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. The Honourable Bartman.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that this House notes the achievements of Ms. Cindy Anthony from Maikesfontein, who, having worked at the front desk of the famous Lord Milner Hotel in Maikesfontein for 17 years, was recently promoted to the role of hotel. Recognizes that this promotion represents Ms. Anthony's friendliness, warmth, and utmost professionalism. Acknowledges that her story represents what is possible when the people of the Western Cape are allowed to grow and flourish in a healthy economy. And further recognizes that Ms. Anthony's story is emblematic of the potential of our people. May you be successful in every endeavor you tackle within your career. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable Bartman, you seem to be in demand.
Achtbare adjunct speaker, namens die Democratische Alliansie, lê ter tafel 'n mosie onder kennisgewing dat hierdie huis kennis neem van die ontydige afsterwe van meneer Stoffel Botes van Klaarskroon, hulde bring aan meneer Botes se getroue diens aan sy gemeenskap deur sy werk as 'n raadslid in Prins Albert munisipaliteit en onlangs as onderburgemeester van dieselfde munisipaliteit. Kennis neem dat dit 'n groot verlies is wanneer ons 'n toegewyde plaaslike aktivis verloor. Ons innige simpatie uitspreek aan sy familie en vriende en hulle sterkte toewens deur hierdie moeilike tyd. Adjunct Speaker, ek lê hierdie mosie ter tafel.
Baie dankie. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? It's agreed to. Honourable Mvimbi. Not here. Honourable Sayed.
No, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
My apologies. Are you online? Yes, you may proceed. I would have given you your chance. There you go.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Motion without notice. I move that the House notes and commend the South African President, His Excellency Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, accompanied by members of the executive from the national, provincial, and local spheres of government, on the 6th presidential imbizo that was held with a focus on the district development model and with the theme, leave no one behind. As many appreciated the opportunity to engage with the president and to raise their issues, the president honed into the challenges raised around crime, gender-based violence, and gangsterism in the province, and also assured community members that these issues will be addressed in the DA Chief Whip Wendy Kaiser Philander called the presidential imbizo an electioneering ploy by the ANC. When their own Premier, Alan Winde, and MEC Andol Bredel were part of the delegation accompanying the president. This is a clear picture of how the DA's internal conflict will hurt the citizens of the Western Cape. It is the same Philander's cabinet that had a week-long outreach program that yielded no positive outcomes except for useless and wasteful expenditure, but want to come and make baseless accusation about the imbizo. If she wants to look into the wasteful expenditure, she must first start with the DA. I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vimbi. For the record, there are objections. The order members, there are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize the Honourable Sayed.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I move without notice.
Order members. Order members. Okay, you may proceed.
I move without notice that the House notes with shock the numerous challenges faced by the recently built Witstrand Primary School. The Western Cape Education Department only provides food for 120 of the 700 learners, all of whom come from impoverished communities in the area. There are no security personnel at the school, while the school has been broken into on 3 occasions with no responses from Safe Schools to date.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize the Honourable Sayed. Order members.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, on this particular motion, I'm going to withdraw.
Okay.
Because subsequently, after submission, the Minister's office has responded and they are working on the matter.
Thank you very much for letting me know. Thank you. Honourable members, that concludes motions without notice. That also concludes the business for the House, and the House is now adjourned.